Anti-derivative Jill.
There she is. There she is.
Greetings and felicitations.
Hello, I'm Anti-Derivative Jill, and this is Indefinite Lunch in Infinite Combinations number 105, where my heart's breaking a little bit, because this is the end of our Tuesday discussions on Star Trek, the original series. But if you do tune in next Tuesday, you'll find that Star Trek continues, because we've decided to take a look at the non-canon series, Star Trek Continues, with whomever would like to join me. But, of course, this won't be the last time I talk about the original series. It'll just probably be on Fridays from now on. And the whole reason this stream even exists is that I didn't want the original series reviews of Star Trek to end. So here we are today to share our top 10 Star Trek episodes from the panel. And pending with time, the chat too, I have a spreadsheet. And
Of course you do, Jill.
well, I haven't gotten to do a spreadsheet on this channel yet, which is really weird considering
Wow.
my name is Anti-Derivative Jill.
I'm surprised.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'd like to say hello to the panel. And so we have a limited amount of time that we're able to talk about each episode. So I wanted to say hello to Scotty R37.
Hey.
How are you?
Oh, things are great.
Great.
I've just been sitting around killing my darlings. That's all.
Killing your darlings? Oh,
yeah, I had to eliminate 69 episodes of Star Trek.
Episodes. Okay. Oh, well, that's true. Well, like Bird of Prey 5 says, every episode's an A to an A+. And hello to the Outcast Creative. Lance, how are you?
Oh, just checking I wasn't muted. Yeah, I'm very honored to be back and just been binging a load of episodes, including one I'd never seen. I knew there was always a couple I've never seen, and I found one of them yesterday.
Wow.
So it's been a great exercise. And yeah, I sympathize with Scotty's woes. There was a big punch up over spots 9 and 10 on my list, but my number one pick was never in doubt. I will say that now.
That's usually the case. My number one has been my number one for quite a while. And I want to say hello also to Pleasant Valley Pickers CA. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great because I'm here on the panel, and I managed to change my work schedule today to accommodate your stream, Jill. And I'm very happy that I could. Yes, what?
I like that your sub-caption says I need top 40. That echoes something that Frankel Walker says.
Yeah.
He said in the chat, I have 30 episodes in my top 5. And that's a true fan right there.
Yeah, if I had 40, I could probably cover most of my ones I really, really, really love. So yeah, that's how difficult this was. It was very tough.
And how are you today, Pop Culture Curator?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here. It's like mixed feelings. I'm excited to go over the list, but I'm going to miss reviewing TOS. But like you say, we'll always be talking about Star Trek.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
No, that was it.
I was just going to say, and I owe everything to you because you started this stream, and I want to thank you so much. It's been very endearing for me, and I love it.
You're welcome. I love it too.
I'm sorry I missed Yeah, I'm sorry I missed a few streams here and there, but
I
I'm
know.
glad we
You know
made
what?
it.
You managed to make it for the better ones for whatever reason. It just happened that way. I think it
Not
was.
intentional.
Yeah, not intentional. No, I'm not saying you did it on purpose because I know you've been to every review you can. And so, because we reviewed all the Orville together. And so that was fun because you don't know if there's ever going to be a new season and it doesn't feel like the end when you get to the last episode. But
Yeah,
in this case, this is the end.
Yeah, and even for those that I couldn't make the panel, most of them I was in the chat at least.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And Stone Rocket, how are you doing today?
Mixed feelings here as well, and
Mm.
this is all bittersweet. And then just listening to Pop talking about missing some streams. Well, I missed all of season 1, all of season 2. I was in the chat for Assignment Earth, but that's, I only made it for a dozen of the 3rd season. So I just wish I was here from the start, because I love talking about Star Trek, and I just love being here, and thank you so much for allowing me on the panel, Jill.
Oh, well, of course. And I will be doing character shows on Friday. I think I'm gonna start with character shows. So you're welcome to join those, like one all about Spock and just dedicated rich crew shows. I'm gonna start with that. And
that's going to be great.
so I want to say hello to the chat before we get started. Thank you to Franco Walker for being here. Keith E. Damn it, Jill. I'm just a YouTube chatter. And hello to Broku.
Hey, Broku. Keith.
Hello.
Yeah. And Franco says, I've done my top 10, but if I did it again tomorrow, it would be different. Yes. This is just your top 10 today. What's your top 10 today?
Yeah, but I'm with Outcast Creative on this one, is that my number one is always my number one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to discussing Lance's number one, which will be Alternative Factor, no doubt. That's a joke. Sorry.
Hello to Lemon Pie, and Mikey Seuss 4 is here too, as well as Sean Carter. And yeah,
the sci-fi model guy.
Yeah, the sci-fi model guy. Yes, he's got
Sean.
that going on.
Classic comics.
So, yeah, I want to thank Lance actually from the Outcast Creative for being here, but also for the idea to give each episode a weighted rank. That really helped me out in figuring out how to show the top 10 results for everyone. I think it was a cool idea to give your number 1 pick 10 points and your number 10 pick 1 point and everything between.
Yeah, so we can see which episode scored the. Yeah, that's what we did when we did a top 10 horror movies between 1970 and 1990, and we scored it the same way. Can you all guess what was number 1? Anyone?
Exorcist?
No, that was that. A lot of people did pick that, but no, it was The Thing.
Ooh,
John Carpenter.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
More people voted for that than anybody else. Yeah, so the chat pulled the vote. It was my number 1 pick though, so I was happy.
All right. Oh, Mikey Sees 4 submitted his top 10. Let's see. Okay, yes, I do see it, Mikey. We're going to get the results from the panel, and then we'll add the chat results. And if we don't get to adding the chat results today, I will eventually collate everybody's results. But let's get started on the panel because we only have a limited amount of time for each of us to talk about each of these episodes because we've got. Okay, so let's start with number 10. I should have had.
Okay, 20 minutes for number 10. Start the clock.
Okay, start the clock for number 10. And let's start with me.
Okay, the sand timer is running.
All right. So this one used to be my favorite episode ever when I first watched it when I was 19 years old, when I first watched Star Trek. And that's why I've kept it in the top 10. because of the nostalgia. It's the trouble with tribbles. Objectively speaking, this isn't my 10th favorite episode, but it used to be my number one when I first started watching in university. So I love it more than I think I should. The plot isn't too thick. And I mean, it's a simple case of getting the grain to the planet that's stored by the Klingons. But why do I love it so much? Is it the soft, fluffy creatures, the funny one-liners? Probably. And there's just so many of them. It's just such a quotable, fun episode. And it's not without something to talk about. You do learn about exponential population growth. And just everything that Scotty does in this episode is fun. I didn't do the 3-minute timer. See, I'm already messing up here.
You haven't been 3 minutes.
No, I'm on the.
I know.
I'm running the sound timer. You're good. You still got over a minute.
I think. See, we're making good time. So that's all I have to say, really.
I like how this is a car ride now. We're making great time.
Shall I go next? Because mine's the same pick as yours.
Yes.
So my number 10 is also
sorry.
Trouble for Tribbles. Well, just because it will save us jumping around episodes.
Sure.
But I think I do want to go in order, but let's see.
Oh, sorry. Well, let's go in order then.
But you're in order now, so you can go.
Oh, all right. Sorry. Well, I haven't got much to add really on what you said, so that's why I thought it would save time. And really, this episode it was a fight between this episode and the Mirror episode. So that was my original number 10. But I one of the reasons I really like this episode is I have an edit of it combined with the DS9 special that they did where they travel back in time to go into this episode. But I've got a special edit of it where it's the whole of both of those episodes together. So it's nice. Different from the original broadcast. And that made it really it's kind of almost like a Tribble feature film. So it's that version of it that's actually my number 10, which is a bit of a cheat. But no,
I would love to see that.
Did you make that edit?
I did, yeah.
What? That sounds so
and it's that the line at the end before the theme, there'll be no Tribble at all, sir. Scotty's one of Scotty's funniest lines. That's all I've got to say about it there. So we did both of those in under 5.
Nice. All right, and then let's go to Scotty. Let's keep going because then we can get to the chat too.
Big shout out to Bird of Prey 5, Kapla.
Kapla, Bird. Thank you for noticing.
My number 10 is Spectre of the Gun. Yep, Spectre of the Gun. I love the soundtrack. I love the facades of the Western set. I enjoy all of the characters who go into this forced away mission. We get mass mind melds. Scotty's great, being like, I can't even get drunk off of it. Will it mix with scotch? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Scotty. Can you just use water? But yeah, I really enjoyed the performances in it. That crazy sheriff, I forget his name, but I absolutely adore it. It's like, you gotta kill them all. Do whatever you can. And it just blows my mind. I loved it when I was a kid because it was so weird. It's so spooky. And then you get the guy who's drilling holes from Star Trek V as Morgan Earp. I think Morgan. And I love it. I love the guys who play the Earps. I like the romance between Chekhov and Pretty Lady. The bartender's rad. I love how the clock is just hanging off of nothing. There's so many visually striking things. And again, the score for that episode, bingo, bango, that does it for me. So Spectre of the Gun, that is my number 10.
That's nice. Chekhov gets to do stuff. That's always a good time.
I know.
All right.
He's the red shirt too, except he's wearing gold.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I missed all of that because I had to take an unexpected phone call, guys. But
hey, you know what? Perfect timing, PvP. You're up next. What's your top 10 Star Trek episode?
My number 10. We're starting at the bottom, right? Number 10.
Yeah.
My number 10 is Spectre of the Gun.
See, this is
brother.
working out really well. It's good that you moved me, Jill.
I absolutely love that episode. It's one of my, well, obviously it's my favorite season 3 episode because I didn't put any other ones on my list, even though there was a couple I really, really, really wanted to. I just love it. I love the way we all know how the budget was severely cut in season 3, and it shows badly in some episodes that look like really cheesy, cheap sound stages, you know, in some of the lesser episodes. But Inspector the Gun, they actually used the budget cut to their advantage with the design of that creepy, weird, surrealistic Western town,
Yeah.
which I absolutely love, with all the half constructed buildings, because the Mokosians are, of course, taking all the partial knowledge of the Old West out of Kirk's mind, which is why the town looks that way. I just love the characters. I love the Earps and Doc Holliday. Those guys were cast to perfection. They are so absolutely creepy, deadly, stone cold killers. I'm just looking at them, those guys. I love we finally get an episode where Chekhov has a major part in the story, and finally, Conan gets a chance to actually do some real acting in an episode, which I love. There's so many other good scenes, like when they're trying to do the gas canister, and Spock's like, "Well, it's got to work. It should work." And then, of course, Scotty does the test, and he takes that shot of bourbon, and he's like, "It's to kill the pain." And Spock is like, "But this is painless." And then, of course, Scotty's inhaling, the mist, and nothing happens. And then there's that. Was that the clock in the sky? I think, if I remember correctly. I haven't seen the episode in ages. And then there's, like, I mean, ultimately that gunfight at the OK Corral kind of scenario at the end of the episode, because they can't get past the force fields, which is also awesomely cool. And then I'm thinking, well, DeForest Kelly was in that movie Gunfight at the OK Corral, so
Yeah, he
very
was in
cool.
the OK Corral 3 different times, including this episode.
1957. That was
exactly. Yeah, so
It's to kill the pain.
there you go. Thanks, Jill. But yeah, and then the end, when they're all lined up and the wind is blowing, the wind is howling, and Doc Holliday and the Earps are there to mow them down, and Spock does the whole mind meld on everybody. It's like, they're
Great.
phantoms, nothing but specters. And then, of course, they unload, with their firearms, and the bullets are going through them, through the fence. Like, that is so awesomely cool. Oh, I think that pretty much covers it, I guess. But I just love
Perfect
Spectre the
timing.
Gun. Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, well done, PvP.
Thank you,
Oops.
Jill.
And Pop Culture Curator, what's your 10? What's your
My number 10
favorite
is
Star Trek?
The Trouble with Tribbles.
Oh,
Hey.
Nice.
I love it because it's the humor. I love the portrayal of the Klingons. They're like the evil villain with the twirling mustache. Scotty, like you guys said, a lot of what you guys said, the reasons were, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I think it's also a great gateway episode to introduce new people to Trek who have never seen it before, especially younger people. And because without that, we wouldn't get more Tribbles and more Troubles. I'm sorry. The animated series episode.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Thank you.
okay. Nice.
Wow, that was really quick. Well done. Well, I guess it makes
Well,
sense
everybody
if
else-
we all have the same one.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat what everybody else said.
No, sure.
Well, and I just, if I can, because my list does not include The Trouble with Tribbles, because I had to
Right.
weigh which comedy episode I wanted on. And
Yeah,
so,
you can only pretty much it makes sense to pick one.
and when it comes to The Trouble with Tribbles, I do lean towards, I'd rather watch Trials and Tribulations and get the best of both worlds, for lack of a better term, and get to see Kirk and Cisco and all that jazz. I think it's great. And that's also, if I had to choose one or the other, DS9 or TOS Tribbles, totally taking DS9.
All right, so Stone Racket, what is your top 10 episode?
Number 10 is the Corbomite Maneuver, which is
Nice.
a great foundational episode. and it should have been the first episode aired by NBC. Unfortunately, due to the special effects, there was a great delay on that, and it wasn't aired until like 3 months into the series or so. But I it's filled with so many great character moments. And as I mentioned on one of your earlier streams, when I was in college in a screenwriting class, the teacher showed scenes from the Corbomite maneuver for character development. And I still enjoy that episode. I found it when I first saw it as a child, it was totally enthralling and kept me in the firm grip of its suspense. And even though it's a Shaggy Dog story in a way, it's I think a really great introductory episode. And my best friend, Matt, his father, Kirk, it was a rock and roller. He was in several bands, but he did a song dedicated to Baylock, in which Matt, as an infant, makes a guest appearance on that track. So it's an interesting episode. Interesting things that I've encountered in my life with the screenwriting class and my best friend's little anecdote. But yeah, it's still a top favorite of mine.
Oh yes, Tranya, of course.
And Tranya rocks.
Nice. Well, there you go. There's our top 10 episode. That's 10. So now we're gonna move on to 9. We're making amazing time.
Do we have time to check in with the chat?
We do. So we can. I will read what I know. I have Franco Walker's top 10. So Franco Walker's 10 episode is Space Seed.
Oh wow.
And Mikey's is What Little Girls Are Made Of.
Oh, shout out to Roger Corby.
Shout out to Andrea the android, played by Sherry Jackson. Awesome. But I'm a toxic male, and I make no apologies.
Of course. Okay,
no love for
that's
Rock.
What I have. Max Redstone has a joke answer. That was happened. I'm probably supposed to understand what he's saying, but
I do.
Okay. Balance of Terror. Okay. Doomsday Machine. Okay, I guess I can figure it out.
Right. I like Balance of Tribble. That's great.
I like Max. He makes me. Wait a minute. A fistful of tribbles.
But we don't want the chat to tell us all 10 of their choices now. They should do them.
No, I know, but I have to figure it out.
I'm looking forward to the Doomsday Tribble.
You've got a
best of both tribbles. This is a joke. It's okay. No, this was a joke answer.
Max Redstone won the Star Trek Communicator.
He did.
Jill, you have a super chat.
I have a super chat. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Oh, Sean Carter, you sent another one. You sent one the other night. Thank you so much. Sean Carter says, to me, the Corbomite maneuver embodies all of Trek's core values: exploration, humanity, adventure, peaceful resolution, redemption, and leadership.
Yeah. Sean Carter gets it. That's exactly my feelings. I'm glad he expressed it that way. That's very, very concise and excellent.
Congratulations, Captain. Dazzling display of logic.
I'll say more about that episode at a later stage.
Uh-oh. That must mean it's on your top 10 list too.
Could be.
Oh, that might be what that means. I have the results, so I knew. So we're gonna start the 20-minute timer over again, because I think we covered all our top 10s, right?
We did.
And so now we can move on. Like if we have lots of extra time later, that's good. I just want to make sure that we don't have to pad out just because we have extra time.
Keeping this pace is good. Trust me. It's just
yes.
Got a lot.
Indeed.
A lot to go. Let's keep the pace.
I'm excited.
All right,
Okay,
you ready,
so then
Jill?
we've got we're ready. I'm gonna start the 20-minute timer. So then
3-minute timer's on.
Let me bring. Okay. All right.
Engage.
So mine. All right. I got my list in the wrong order.
Oh no!
Oh, there it is. Okay, my number 9 episode is Arena, and it's just an incredible gem of an episode that says to me that Starfleet. I don't know. It's. Oh, wait a minute. I have the wrong notes for this.
I shall be
But anyway.
merciful and quick.
You gonna blame the teleprompter?
Yeah, I am. But of course, I know why I love this episode. Without my notes, I already know that my favorite thing is Kirk having to be ingenuity, having to think on his feet, to be resourceful, to find all of the different kinds of. This is the kind of thing that actually makes me upset at the Savage Curtain, because we already had the template for this in Arena, where you find different chemicals to figure out how to make something special in terms of a certain weapon that's actually useful. And that's neat, but that's not what the episode really means. The best part of it, of course, is the mercy that Kirk shows on the Gorn. And I guess it's shown a little bit later in Taste of Armageddon, where I choose not to kill today. Well, that day Kirk decided not to kill, and that's Star Trek for me. And I like dealing with godlike aliens. And at least
we are the Metrons.
There are plenty of them in the show.
There will be no discussion. It is done. And then Kirk disappears, and who screams? Uhura.
And I also love the idea that an alien may look like a monster, but they're absolutely these Gorn are intelligent, comparable to humans, even though we don't
Earthling.
Even though we don't get to know a whole hell of a lot about them.
I have heard every word you have said. I shall be merciful and quick.
Well, there
Yay! Thank you for playing that.
I think I made it under 3 minutes.
You have. Yeah, you've just done it.
Hooray! All right, so Lance, what is your number 9?
I have a feeling I'm going to get some flack over this one, but here we go. So my number 9 pick is actually from season 3. And I say this because I'm a big fan of the show Time Tunnel. And this was kind of the Star Trek Time Tunnel episode where clearly Fred Freiberger said, let's use every set available on the lot. So this is All Our Yesterdays.
Nice.
My number 9. I think it's a really fun episode, and you get the 3 leads. It's very much the 3 leads doing their thing, and they all get equal screen time. There's a lot of fun moments. There's a lot of nonsense in it as well, but it's it's quite camp and it's quite fun.
Yeah,
and for me, it was just a fun episode. It was the one that always stuck with me as a kid. I think because they went to so many different environments. I really like the performance of the guy who plays the librarian at the beginning, Mr. Atos, who was played by character actor Ian Wolfe, who was pretty old then, but he lived until 1992, and he had an amazing career. He was in Rebel Without a Cause, Mutiny on the Bounty, a whole load of other stuff. He was even in George Lucas's THX 1138. So it was nice to see him kind of have such an iconic role. I thought he sort of held the piece together really nicely. It was written by Gene Lisette Roste, and she did one other script for Star Trek. And is there no truth, no beauty? Yeah, that was hers. That was her first. Yeah, so mainly because of the trio, and that they get to do their thing. It is a cheesy episode, but it's a fun cheesy episode. So that's
yeah. Well, I'm not going to give you a ton of flack, but I do think it's a bit of an insane episode.
It
has its heart in the right place.
Lance,
yeah.
Where's library? Yeah, that episode doesn't make a lick of sense, but it is incredibly fun.
Yeah,
and has superb performances.
Yeah.
I like the part where Bones and Spock are in the Ice Age scenario. That's the part of the episode I really love. I love that part.
Zarabeth, Hubba Hubba.
Well, yeah, Zarabeth. I mean, she's just such a great character, right? So yeah,
and Merritt Hartley does a really great acting performance, and especially that part where she thinks she's going mad. I totally buy that. I mean, she's really upset, and it's like, yeah, she's like freaking out there. And
by the way, did Lance get his full time in yet?
Yeah, no, yeah, I did. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes.
Didn't want to interrupt.
She's still alive. Just to
yeah,
she is.
Harriet Hartley. She's still alive. 80. Still going.
I don't put this anywhere near my top, but this is my top episode that I want to get put into a 20-minute animated series. I think this would make a great animated series episode.
It's spawned 2 novelizations as well, using the same, the library guy and the same scenario, but different things. Anyway, it's Scotty's turn because I'm very out of time now. So
all right, Scotty R37, what is your number 9?
My number 9 is Errand of Mercy. Foundational episode when it comes to the Klingons. And I had to keep a bunch of just some of the concepts, aliens and things that would carry into the future of Star Trek. And Errand of Mercy kicked a personal favorite off, but it's just very, very important to me. I love the performance by John Calicos. I love the Organians and the solution. It's like, no, we're just not going to let you fight. And having Kirk and Kor just emphatically defend their ability and desire to go to war, and then just a calm man saying, for what? Like, why? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, and you guys are advocating for it. And so a lot of the time we get like Taste of Armageddon, where it's like, I'm gonna blow up the planet, and that's how you'll learn that war is bad. But this one is just like, you're stupid for fighting. And I think that's something that is certainly Star Trek in my mind. Just the ability to reason things through as opposed to responding emotionally and adversarially. I don't succeed, but I do subscribe to that theory. So that's it. Errand of Mercy, number 9.
That episode, it gets just too darn hot, right, Scotty?
That's true. You can't touch it. You can't touch it.
Can't touch this.
I always wonder whenever there was a space battle in subsequent Star Treks, though, where were the Organians? Were they like, nah, it's fine. Let them squabble.
Let them fight.
The Organian treaty only went so far. They just don't want you to do it in their front lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, get off my lawn, you Klingons and Federation people.
But that also goes back to the godlike creature again. Like the Metron, I like the Organian.
It's a pretty standard trope in Trek, isn't it, Scotty?
Gene was a brilliant
man. It's a lovely one.
What a good one.
Yes, fanciful. I love it. It's a lovely episode. Good choice. PvP, what is your 9th favorite original series episode today?
Number 9? My number 9 is Shore Leave. I love this episode because it's so strange. I remember when I saw it the first time when I was, like 11 years old or something, and I'm like, there's a rabbit. There's a guy in a rabbit costume. I'm like, what? And then of course Alice, follows him shortly after, and McCoy is just like,
Sulu.
What? Sulu. And I just love that start. It's just such a great hook. And then of course there's the whole thing where they're they need a shore leave because they're all run ragged, basically. And Spock is trying to get Kirk to go down and take his rest, and Kirk is like, no, I'm fine. And eventually Spock, tricks them. It's like, well, there's a crew member that's, their rating is very poor and blah blah blah. And it's like, Kirk's like, oh, that's much too low. That man will go ahead, go on shore leave on my orders. And like, what's his name? I was like, James D. Kirk. I love that. Great little scene. I love when McCoy, calls the ship, and he's like, I just saw a large white rabbit pull a watch out of its waistcoat and proclaim that it was late. And then, of course, Kirk's thinking that's the McCoy pill, right? I love that scene. There's so many good scenes. There's a lot of Sulu in this one, which, we just see him, sitting at the helm and doing not much in a lot of episodes. But this time he gets, to do a fair bit. I just love the craziness of the planet. It's like, it's fun, but it gets, scarier and scarier and more confusing as it goes along, even though, there are hints of what's, excuse me, going on, probably about the first, third, halfway through the episode, it's starting to become pretty clear, but it's still fun. And all the characters, Finnegan, I mean, come on, Finnegan, the Finnegan Kirk fight, classic stuff. And then there's, Yeoman Barrows and McCoy's little flirtations, which I always thought was kind of fun. It was nice to see, McCoy flirting a bit for a change. And then, of course, we got the knight on horseback, running, him through with a lance. And so then all of a sudden it takes that dark, dramatic turn. But then in the end, of course, the caretaker shows up and everything is explained, and it all works out. And then, of course, there's McCoy with the showgirls. That made me laugh my ass off. That was so good. And it was just, I think, just a fun, charming little episode. Like for me, I mean, I know everybody loves Tribbles as a comedy episode of the show, but to me, this one kind of is, for me, the comedy episode in a sense of the series, because there's so many lighthearted, fun things about it. And yeah, I just adore this episode. I always have. So yeah, it's my number 9.
But, I think it's a really fun episode too.
But McCoy gets lanced. Boy, that was a shock when I saw that as a child.
Oh
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a twist.
That is. But the robot.
We go from a fluffy white rabbit to someone getting lanced by a knight on a horse.
Well, that was the danger of it. This was the first idea
deadly.
of the holodeck that has its safeties off, except that these are robots.
Yeah.
I like the way the caretaker addresses Yeoman Barrows. Yeoman Barrows. No.
I just want to mention, I love the on location, on location scenes too. I think it's beautiful.
And did you like all the running PvP? The director made them all run all the time.
That's right. I believe that director never worked on the show again because
that's right.
Made Shatner run so much that Shatner was not happy.
Well,
that's right.
Great choice. I'm so glad you mentioned it because it's not on my list, but I love it. I love that episode so much too.
And I want to punch Finnegan. I want to punch Finnegan so bad.
Yeah. That was Bruce Mars. What's the actor's name, I believe?
So does Kirk.
Played Finnegan.
Time.
Yeah,
he does. Yes.
Pop Stern.
Yes, Pop Culture Curator. What is your 9th favorite episode?
Or is it my turn?
Yeah.
9th favorite episode for me, the Enterprise incident. I know it's kind of hokey that Bones was miraculously able to make Captain Kirk into a Romulan, but I like the twist and the turn. I remember when I was young being surprised.
Did we lose Pop Culture Curator, or am I over talking him?
No, he's still good.
I can hear.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah,
carry on.
With the Enterprise incident, I liked their interaction. When I saw it when I was younger, I was surprised about the mutiny with Kirk. And I know it's kind of hokey that Bones can immediately make him into a Romulan, which seems kind of magical and far-fetched. But the scene that stands out for me the most, that makes me really love that episode, is the scene where they're surrounded by the the enemy, and Scotty says that he'll blow up the Enterprise and take as many of them with him as he can. That's an episode. That is a scene that makes me truly love Scotty more than all the other ship's engineers. And I never saw that kind of loyalty. No offense, everybody. In Geordie LaForge, it just seemed like he was a second-rate Montgomery Scott. But I loved it it was intense. It had suspense, had a twist at the end. They were able to obtain a cloaking device, and Scotty showed that he was badass. But that's my number 9. Thank you.
Right.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah,
you
we
sound.
could.
Yeah, we
no
can hear
problem.
you.
You sound
Yeah.
fine, Pop. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Pop
that
and
was
Pop
one
Vulcan Death Grip, huh?
that's one I
Oh,
always
that's right. We
like
do
too.
get that.
That is a great episode, actually, Pop.
Okay.
Stone Rocket, I guess.
Yes. What do you want? Oh,
Don't you have
yeah.
a turn?
Number 9.
Yeah. Number
Your
9.
number 9.
I'll do the same thing as PvP. Reference the Beatles there.
Yeah.
My number 9 episode is the Menagerie. As we all know, that was a bottle episode. They were behind in production, and they go, "Gosh, how are we going to get out of this?" Well, we should really use our original pilot. Can we do that in BC? Is it all right if we do that? And they got permission, and they made a beautiful episode. It's the best way to see the original pilot, as all the silly bits cut out, the bad dialogue from the uncut The Cage. But it's just a great framing story. I thought it was just a brilliant way of packaging or repackaging the original pilot. And it's just an exciting episode, and encapsulates so much that's represents Star Trek. And who can knock that beautiful ending? It's just it's kind of
Finally gets what he needs.
yeah, it's kind of a Star Trek fairy tale in a way, but it's just it's a wonderful 2-parter, and just always loved that episode. Or it's 2 parts, but just it's one big Star Trek movie.
Yes, everything Spock does in that episode is completely justified, and it's wonderful. I agree.
Yeah, I wish he hadn't manhandled the guy in the communication center. I wish he had just said, "Well, I'm double checking things because the captain sent me down here," and then just the guy walks away, and then Spock does his thing instead of fighting him and giving him the Vulcan neck pinch. But anyway, they needed some drama, I guess.
They did. Yeah, he does get a little aggressive, but
Yeah.
he's got to do what he's got to do.
But he says to
I think
Captain
that's
Kirk
our-
that he's acted most logical in this whole matter.
Most logical, yes. I think that covers our 9 episodes, and I
Yep.
am keeping track. I'm keeping tally of everybody's score so that we can see what the overall top 10 episodes are for the panel. And so it's working out. Everything's working out just fine. And I want to say, let's see, is anybody new here in the chat?
Booger.
Booger's here. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Booger's here.
Booger.
Booger's not only here, Booger also gave us his top 10. His top 10 episode was A Private Little War, and his number 9 was Bread and Circuses.
Heavens.
And we also have Franco Walker's number 9 is All Our Yesterdays. Oh, nice. Then we have, oh wait, no, that's not right. His number 9 is The Deadly Years. I'm so sorry, Franco Walker. I'm looking at the wrong one.
The Deadly Years. Nice.
The Deadly Years. That stupid place to put him here.
That's in my runners up. Deadly Years.
And Mikey's number 9 is The Cage, the failed pilot episode, which
Cool.
is part of the menagerie. Very nice. Bread and Circuses is Booger's number 9, and Sean Carter put in his top 10 His top 10 is the Doomsday Machine, and his number 9 is Amok Time.
Ooh.
So there you go. And so now we're ready to look at our top 8 episodes.
Hey, Reniel is here.
Hey, Rennie. Hello. Lurking at work. And Eugene Bird is also here. Hello, Eugene.
Hey.
As the numbers get smaller, the hits get bigger, says Gavin Blackburn.
Someone should. That's a Casey Kasem line.
Oh, that
Yeah,
means the
that's
20
right.
minutes is over. Oh, we're ready for number 8 now.
Number 8.
Number 8. Away you
Number
go,
8.
Jill. Time is on.
Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, so see, I gotta switch my windows. Here we go. My number 8 is Mirror Mirror.
On the wall. Who's the fair? Oh, sorry.
Reclaim your time, Jill.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
it's fine. It's just such a gem of an episode. It shows us it by contrast, it shows us how important Starfleet is, how important the peacefulness of it is, with the by having this fascist, murderous mirror universe. And that mirror universe is the way that a lot of sci-fi is written, the way that the mirror universe is presented. And so this dystopian, this hellscape, where you keep whatever you kill and you claw your way to the top, that's normally what you get in science fiction and Star Trek. And it shows by contrast the optimism of Star Trek. And especially at the end where Kirk says, oh wait, no, Spock says, what, you can't, Mirror Spock says something like, you can't change everything. Oh, what is it? You know the quote I'm trying to say, don't you?
You know the thing.
Long live the Empire. No,
No, it's the saying that one
I
man
know.
can't make a difference, and then Kirk says, "One man with the right
That's
idea."
That's it. One man cannot summon the future, says Mirror Spock, and Kirk says, but one man can change the present. Thank you. I just needed help.
There you go.
Spock also calls them the very flower of humanity. The mirror.
Yeah, and it's just a really, it's one of my favorite Captain Kirk episodes, and so the idea of Mirror Spock makes the whole universe seem believable. And even though they're ruthless, he shows that they're still really intelligent and logical enough to have gotten as far as they did. So when you're questioning, hey, these people are so violent, how did they get this far? It's because there's still people like Mirror Spock who have an open mind.
You just like him because of his beard.
Okay. Hey,
No.
You're calling me out here. Yes, I do. I do like Mirror
he looks
Spock's
pretty
beard.
cool
He
with
is
that
sexy.
beard.
Captain, I'm...
Uhura, you're the only one who can do it. I'll be right there.
Yes, sir.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right. So, Lance, what is your top 8 episode?
Well, my number 8 has already been mentioned by Scotty. It's Errand of Mercy. I'll just focus on I don't want to repeat what people have said, so I'll just focus on a couple of things. One of the reasons I liked the episode as a kid was, that there was a space battle with Klingons at the beginning. So I always remembered that, which, I had my dinky D7. I'd fly around and fire plastic pellets out of it at my dinky Enterprise and recreate the episode. But a number of interesting things stem from this episode as well, which affected the whole of Trek. For example, I didn't know until fairly recently that it was actually actor John Kalikas's idea that the makeup of the Klingons should be dark-skinned. And he had a conversation with Fred Phillips, the makeup artist, and they kind of coined what they called the Genghis Khan look for the
Definitely.
Klingons. So it's interesting how that one conversation between a makeup artist and guest actor, caused the whole look of the Klingons for the Star Trek franchise. It's also written by Gene L. Kuhn, of course, who wrote about 8 episodes, including the one before this one, The Devil in the Dark, which nearly made it on my list. And it's just a good solid episode with a lot of tension. And I think somebody else mentioned before, it's one of those episodes that's got a great message. In the words of U2, well, what is it good for? And it embraces that whole kind of ethos of Star Trek should be spreading the betterment of mankind, how we can be a better race, how we can improve in the future, and we should reach a time where we're beyond war, kind of thing. I think, which is the core message of the episode. Hasn't sunk in on planet Earth yet, sadly, but so it's a good episode. Quite a bit of action and tension and everything I kind of wanted in a Trek episode. I'll cut it there because I think if I haven't got anything else to say, we should move on.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
And PvP, what is your number 8 episode?
Okay, just let me bring my list back up here. Number 8 is Arena. I mean, what can you say about Arena that hasn't been said 1,000 times before? It's the classic Kirk versus the Gorn episode that I imagine. Can you hear me? Am I on?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I thought I might have muted. It's a classic because even people that probably have never seen Star Trek a lot of people are aware of the Gorn versus Kirk thing because it's just entered popular culture to such a deep level. And it's just a fun episode. Like, you get the dramatic hook at the beginning with all the outposts being, attacked, or with Cestus 3, I mean, being attacked and destroyed. And then there's that great chase, for the first part of the episode where Kirk is just like, warp 7, he's just increasing this, and Scotty's like, looking over at him, almost in the sense of panic. It's like, what are you doing? You're going to blow us up with that look he's giving Kirk, right? And it's just like, it's so great. And then of course, the Metrons step in and, put both ships basically in a tractor beam, so they can't do anything. And then there's the whole, battle on the planet. I mean, Kirk having to be resourceful, trying to figure out, what the weapons are, because at first he's not cluing in. He's like, well, they said there would be weapons, but he's not, seeing it right. And then he starts to realize what they've actually given him to work with. So, of course, being resourceful as our captain always is, he builds that, bazooka, bamboo bazooka, I guess I'll call it. And of course, finally, comes out, on top, disabling his opponent. But then he says, I'm not going to kill. No, I'm not going to kill him. You'll have to get your entertainment somewhere else. And then our Metron appears, and Kirk is, I think Kirk is like quite startled for a second, though he doesn't really show it to the Metron. But he's like, well, you look like a boy, and it's like, what did he say? Like, I'm 1,500 Earth years old or something. And it's like, obviously, here's another godlike, species that we're dealing with. And but it all works out. And of course, Kirk, doesn't fall for the trick. He's like, oh, I will destroy him and his ship for you. And Kirk is like, no, that won't be necessary. And there are people that conjecture that if Kirk had told him to actually go ahead and do that he would have destroyed the Enterprise instead. That's just, kind of a side thing that I've heard people talk about. And it's not actually part of the episode, but it's an interesting thought that, the possibility that might have been, a scenario. Anyway, everything works out. Kirk off the back of the bridge, and and we have the Vasquez rocks, of course, too, which are awesomely cool. Which is another nice on location, aspect to the episode. So, yeah, I guess that's about it. And I like the costume. For 1960s costume, I think the Gorn looks pretty awesome. Anyway, I guess that's probably my time.
Oh yeah, I think it looks great too. I think my favorite thing is that later on Mythbusters does try to make the canon, and they say it's implausible, but
Oh yeah,
I don't know if they're quite right.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
logically,
trying
Kirk
to-
probably would have killed himself with a blown the cannon apart. But hey, it's Star Trek fun, you know.
Yes, I love that episode too. So, pop culture curator, what is your number 8 Star Trek episode?
Mine would be Devil in the Dark.
Oh, awesome.
Give me just a second here. Sorry, I got distracted. Mine would be Devil in the Dark. I like the mystery of it. It's like a horror movie. Yeah, the suspense. There's that monster that's in the dark that you don't know what it is, the unknown. The prejudice by the miners, how they're destroying it, attacking it. They don't know why. At the same time, it's relentless towards them. And then to find out and discover, as we all know, that it's really a mother protecting her offspring. And I kept shifting it up and down within my top 5. But there's so many episodes, it's hard to pick. But I'd have to say, yeah, Devil in the Dark. And we get that great mind meld by Spock. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I have wait, Scotty, what was your top 8?
Oh, my top 8 is Squire of Gothos. I hate to say that I love this episode more because of the Next Generation, but I think Trelane is the introduction of the Q continuum. That's the way I feel about it. And oddly enough, when we talked previously about and the children shall lead, like anything I can throw and attribute to the Q continuum in the original series, I will. And so I just love the performance by William Campbell. And if I had to pick a William Campbell sort of comedic episode and I have to balance between Trouble with Tribbles or Squire of Gothos, I'm going Gothos. I like the odd reasoning and rationale. It's like, oh no, the wine has no taste. The fire has no heat. This is all just imagery. And then it just gets into a one-on-one fight that is silly and ridiculous. And there's a judge with a wig and you got to break a mirror. I loved it. And then obviously I had to have something on the list that had Barbara Babcock, the voice of Trelane's mother. Was it Vic Morrow played the father? I'm not sure. And I think that it is fascinating, fantastic, impish, godlike being. Thanks again, Gene. And I really think it is prototypically Q. And hey, if that's where it started from, I am glad that the subsequent being from that particular continuum returned.
But Gene Roddenberry won't admit to it, but I think so, and so does a lot of people will agree that this is Proto Q. And Trelane's father was played by Bartel LaRue.
Lash LaRue? Oh, Bartel, my mistake. But no, I love it, and I think it's fantastic and entertaining.
I love what I think is also maybe the first ideas of a replicator. And then, I wasn't counting the 3 minutes, so let me do that. 3 minutes.
I think I made
Stone
it.
Racket. Yeah, I think you were way under. So Stone Racket, what's your number 8?
This will be really quick. My number 8 episode is City on the Edge of Forever.
Oh,
I don't think I need to say any more. It's just a great love story. It's a great time travel story. And even though they make a gaffe of mentioning Clark Gable, who was not a household name in 1930, but it's Harlan Ellison always likes to write puzzle box type stories, and his puzzle box survived all the different revisions to his teleplay. But I think it's definitely a top Star Trek episode. A lot of people have it as number 1. I've been reading about that for a number of years. A lot of the Trekkies put that at number 1. But for me, it's number 8 on my top 10 list.
Well, it's pretty spectacular. Great choice. It shows how, time travel can be done well, and this is one of them.
Yeah, it's just a wonderful episode and unforgettable.
Yeah, making the ultimate sacrifice for the world and for the universe.
Yes.
How can you can't argue with that choice.
Yeah, it's a great love story. It's just a great Kirk, and in just 1 hour they convince you that he is deeply in love with Edith Keeler, and it's fantastic what they accomplished in just 1 hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it'll definitely be an episode we'll talk about, even if you do want to argue that it's not the top 10. And I'm sure some people do.
Yeah, it's I mean it's not my number 1 because it's it's an episode that you need to understand the characters of. It's
right.
I don't know. It doesn't stand
it
on
does
its
help
own.
to already care.
Yeah.
It really helps to care about McCoy before you see him go crazy and come back to himself.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that's all for me.
All right. Okay, so we've got a few minutes left on to talk about our 8th one. So I'm going to check in with the chat. Lance from the Outcast Creators says Arena equals Kirk gets his shirt off. You guys are finding all the underlying reasons why I'm putting these.
I knew that'd be one of them, Jill.
I always thought they should have a shirt counter somewhere in the corner, just like.
Let's not. Don't worry about that.
Because how many times did he lose his shirt? I mean, geez, I don't know.
Well, I like when they make fun of it in Galaxy Quest. I see you managed to get your shirt off again.
Yeah, that's classic.
Well, forget the Kirk shirt. What about the Gorn outfit? That's pretty spectacular.
It is, and it's endearing. It's amazing when you go to a convention.
Yeah,
there's so many Gorns, and not just regular Gorns. They get all dressed up. My favorite was the Miss Universe Gorn.
You gotta be kidding! Oh, geez, I'd like to see that. That would be good.
Yeah, I just real quick the remastered effects. They make the Gorn blink.
Yeah.
And when I told my younger brother about that, I said, "Well, I've got the Blu-rays. They got remastered." I said, "In Arena, the Gorn blinks," and my younger brother goes, "The Gorn blinks? Oh, I got to see that." So when he came down to visit, that's the first thing we did. We had our evening Blu-ray viewing. It's like Star Trek Arena right off.
The Gorn blinks.
The Gorn blinks.
And I want to say hello to Suzanne Exton.
Suzanne.
And also Canadian Spider-Man.
Yeah.
If you want to check out later on, if you need something to watch the replay of Canadian Spider-Man and Rod Thunderheart later on, because they're so much.
Rod Thunderheart.
Those guys are my friends.
You have to say Rod's name like this. Rod Thunderheart.
Nice. Thank you. And also, hello, greetings and felicitations.
West Kegel.
West Kegel.
Not to be confused with North Kegel or East Kegel, etc.
I saw East Kegel in the chat one day.
Yeah, I know. I remember that. I was like, wait, what? It's his evil twin.
All right. Okay. I think we're ready to go on to our 7th episode.
Yep.
And
go for it, Jill. Time is on.
Okay. Agreed. I should go for it. And I'm never ready. I'm doing
absolutely smashing.
Oh, hey, here we go. The City on the Edge of Forever is my number 7. Because it's spectacular. Everything that has been said by Stone Racket. It's just, and I just enjoyed the teleplay so much. Even the drama, of course, of Harlan having to have his script because he didn't know how to make it Star Trek, and he just knew how to make a good story. And that is the magic of the people who create created Star Trek, Gene Coon and Dorothy Fontana and Gene Roddenberry and everybody, and Bob Justman, anybody who worked on the script. I don't remember everybody precisely who worked on it, but I'm sure I have it. If you go watch my review of this, you can go find out all of that. But they knew how to take a story and make it Star Trek, and that is really great. And the selflessness from Captain Kirk, and the whole episode is just a beautiful display of reality, because we know that peace is what we're really going for, but objectivity is important. And so definitely we need to keep our defenses up against those who might deter the hopeful future that we're going for. And I think that's my top 7 episode. And the Guardian on the Edge of Forever. The Guardian of Forever is so cool. I love that.
The Cosmic Donut. No.
Yeah, the Cosmic Donut. Mm-hmm. And it's a great time travel device.
Yeah. He's neither machine or being. I am both and neither. And of course, what does Spock say?
And
it's illogical.
He says, "I don't."
Well, for once,
he doesn't
Spock
like
doesn't
things couched in
understand
riddles, and it's like, and then the Guardian insults his intelligence.
Exactly. This is the one time that Spock doesn't know what's going on, and that's okay in this case. And so, Lance, what is your top 7 episode?
Well, my number 7 is Khan Space Seed.
Same deal. Same spot.
So, there you go. So that's good with me and Scotty lined up. Well, yeah, again, it's another Gene L. Coon episode, directed by Mark Daniels. I mean, it was a good episode in its day. I've rewatched it several times actually, because always usually get somebody to watch it before I show them Wrath of Khan so they can see everything in context. There's some things in it that are a little bit of a cop out. I think the costumes of Khan and his crew could have been a little more imaginative, shall we say? But it's just, at the end of the day, this is Ricardo Montalban's episode. He is to have that kind of stage presence on a set, on any set. You put that man in front of the camera and he just oozes charisma with ease. And I mean, he took the role to the next level in what is arguably the best Star Trek film ever made. I would say it is the best. And I would also say he's the best thing in that film. So yeah, this episode gave us so much to the Star Trek franchise, not to mention a number of very cool Reliant models, which I also own. So nice. I'll let Scotty take it from here. But yeah, I like the romance thing as well, the dichotomy there, and it does have a bit of a neat ending, but on the whole, solid episode.
Well, and I can't help but embellish or sort of expand on what you said, because everything you just said. But also, I enjoy the characterization of finding the Botany Bay, and then having them and introducing the Khan to our heroes and them sort of being curious but gracious. Everything about it is like a game of chess, but socially. The way that Khan feels that, they're revering me. I can use this to my advantage. And then also, I know it's a little bit of maybe a 60s girl trope, but I like Marla MacGyver's, and I enjoy the motivation that she provides later on with her absence in Wrath of Khan. I really like the solidarity of the crew, and Khan does come off as a serious threat. And this is like a classic engine room fight. I get a little upset when Kirk pulls the club, and I'm like, what was that there for in the first place? But I enjoy I enjoy it so much because of the charisma, how you said, and also like first season episodes, everyone looks so young and fit and enthusiastic. Like I love some season 2 and season 3, but season 1 is where some really core concepts get introduced, and I absolutely love the sheen, the cinematography of all those episodes. Yeah, love it. Space Seed, number 7. Lucky number 7.
Wonderful. Yes, I actually do like Marla in this episode because her mutinying the ship provides a really great contrast versus Uhura's diehard loyalty, despite the pain that's inflicted on her.
But Marla, she's bored with 23rd century men. She doesn't find them exciting. It's like, well,
I know.
you got a captain that's pretty cool.
Yeah, she's painting all of these.
Yeah.
Dr. McCoy is single.
Heroes.
And I was just going to say that Dr. McCoy, he's single and he's pretty darn cool too.
Just stay away from Scotty. Bad things happen to chicks that
Yeah.
Scotty
I did always wonder why they didn't have Sulu go to the planet in the movie instead of Chekhov, because Chekhov's not actually in this episode, is he?
No, he's not.
Yeah,
But
and I always thought if they were going to have somebody grab the thing and go Botany Bay, oh no, it should be somebody that actually interacted with Khan in the episode, and I did.
It made more sense.
Yeah,
but then
I
now
can't argue
everybody
with
has
that.
to headcanon.
Yeah.
And everybody has to headcanon check off into the lower decks of the ship.
The lower
Yeah,
decks.
yeah. He was on board, but just not on the bridge, basically.
Well, my favorite headcanon is that Chekhov was, in the can, taking a leak, and Khan just happened to walk up, next to him, and then they glanced at each other, and Khan, being a superhuman, obviously instantly memorized Chekhov's face. So that's one headcanon I've heard. It's kind of fun.
It's a good thing that he recognized his face.
Well, yeah, okay, I wasn't going to go there, Scotty. Anyway,
you're the one who brought up the bathroom.
Well,
Anyway,
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, okay. Wait a minute. PvP. What is your top 7 Star Trek the original series episode?
My number 7 is City on the Edge of Forever. Iconic episode. I love it. I'm not generally a Joan Collins fan because she did all that soap opera stuff, but she's really good in this episode. Gives a great performance as Edith Keeler. You actually believe, I can just believe she is Edith Keeler. Like, she just plays it so well. It's cool. The time travel. I generally don't like time travel stories because they often get convoluted, confused, and end up ultimately making no sense at all. But somehow in this one, Ellison pulled off enough of a core story, even though I know they rewrote it, but there was still enough of Ellison in there where it was one of those time travel tales that actually was believable for once, and somehow it seems to work. I love the Guardian of Forever. That's such a cool set that they built. I mean, man, when I think they were cranking these things out once a week, and for the production, staff to build all this, set in I don't know how many days, but I think it's quite remarkable the way that Star Trek's crews could come up with this stuff on a very short amount of time. And I just love the story. I mean, there's so much humor. There's Spock, when the cop finds them stealing clothes, and oh, you may have noticed my friend's ears. He had an unfortunate accident as a child. He caught his head in a mechanical rice picker, and it's just like that is such a classic line. I mean, just like good old Star Trek humor once again, in a story that actually, is quite grim at the end of it. But I just think McCoy going crazy on cortisone. How can you not love that? The makeup on him is fantastic. So many good moments, and of course, there's that ending. That ending where the three of them are reunited in the last few minutes, and of course, Kirk knows what he has to do, and it does end up that McCoy actually would have saved her and changed history, which would have been a bad thing, for our crew, of course. And yeah, I just love that episode. It's really good. I guess I placed it a little bit lower because there's other episodes I like just a bit more, but yeah, it's a very good, solid
You placed
episode.
it the same as I did. PvP.
And just one quick more thing. The ending when Kirk, says, "Let's get the hell out of here." That was pretty groundbreaking. I know they had to fight the censors to keep that in the episode. So I really love that last line of Kirk's. And
And
that's my
let's not forget, without that episode, we wouldn't have Mirror Mirror. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, or Yesteryear. No, you're right. Oh, that is a theory. That is a theory that the Mirror Mirror universe was created.
Yeah, that's what originally happened in the Ellison story when they jumped through the Guardian of Forever. The Enterprise did not disappear. It created the opposite universe up there. So remember, they had to cut that out, and they said that later, and they adapted that into Mirror Mirror.
Space pirates.
Hooray! Oh, well, thank you, Harlan, for giving Star Trek great ideas. Even though, he's kind of mad about what we did with them, but that's okay. So that brings us to Pop Culture Curator. What is your top 7 episode?
My number 7 is Shore Leave. The different scenery, the action, the Gorn, obviously, try not to repeat what everybody else has said. But anybody that knows me knows I'm a big fan of Vasquez Rocks. And the fact that I visited there several times and to go there and to actually step in the same footprints of where Kirk stood, the Gorn stood, where Kirk threw the rocks down at the Gorn, the lost love, the woman that he used to love, Finnegan. I'm sorry, I'm getting my episodes mixed up, but yeah, Shore Leave pretty much. Thank you.
Yes, I love Shore Leave so much. And I only peek in the Line of Duty.
Yeah, my mom got a big laugh out of that line when we were watching that episode.
It's my favorite line.
Yeah.
In that episode.
McCoy does have some great lines in that one, yeah.
But Yeoman Barrows, Smoke Show,
Foxy.
She is.
Yeah, I always wish they had followed up the McCoy.
Oh
Barrows
yeah,
thing
that would have been awesome.
You know? That would have been fun. Yeah.
Yeah, McCoy would have had quite a gal there.
Episodic TV.
Yeah, why couldn't that be?
It would have been nice if she'd popped up, once or twice.
Once in a while, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have to do anything deep with it. Just some flirting or something. No real relationship. Just like, hey.
Exactly.
Hey.
How are you? Okay, so Stone Racket. What's your number 7?
My lucky number 7 is Where No Man Has Gone Before.
Ooh.
With Gary Lockwood's absolutely superb performance as Gary Mitchell. It's pretty good for a football player. He's a natural actor. Went to USC on a football scholarship, but he's just flawless performance. It's just incredible. And then playing off of Shatner, just classic stuff. And it's my favorite, human gets godlike powers and is corrupted. I just can't get enough of that episode. It's just nice and eerie and dramatic and just a really solid episode. And I'm glad that it sold the series. And once again, they needed permission to show that episode because normally pilots are never aired. And because Trek was behind in production of episodes, they put that one on. And I'm glad they did, but it was really, really confusing because we're watching all this and we're used to the uniforms, and all of a sudden it's like, what's going on here? It's like, where's Dr. McCoy?
Know that
it's like
used to not be aired.
Yeah, it was like, we were used to McCoy and the standard uniform, and then this was the 3rd episode aired. It's like, yeah, I remember that.
That's why when I reviewed it, I went through production order. So this.
I'm so glad you did that, and I really wish that they were ahead of the game, and so they would just they would force the issue on NBC. It's like, well, this is the episode we have ready, and it's the very first one, and but they did have to get permission to show that pilot, and so that's kind of why that was thrown in the mix. But I'm glad they did, because it's a fantastic episode.
Yes, I'm glad it was the successful pilot.
Oh yeah,
It's good stuff. Even though I hear those contacts were not very comfortable.
oh yeah. Gary Lockwood just he could only have them in for a few minutes, but Sally Kellerman, hey, she could have them in for as long as they wanted.
Oh, I missed this. Rennie else said, Scotty, shut up, Wesley. I don't remember. That was like 11. That was like 35 minutes ago. Delayed.
Oh, wow. I agree with that sentiment. And in fact, get out of here, Wesley. Make yourself scarce, Wesley.
Franco Walker says, please subscribe and hit the bell, share, hit the like, and select live chat. And Wes Cagle says, I know it was the second pilot, but I had no idea. There was never an intention to air it originally. Yeah, I didn't realize that was the thing in the 60s.
Yeah, they don't.
They just didn't air pilots.
Yeah, they don't. They normally do not air pilots. You know, in the 50s and the 60s. It's just like, no, they don't do that. But yeah, it's interesting. It's like, you know, Gilligan's Island, that pilot, of course, had different actors. No Place to Hide, Lost in Space pilot, that wasn't aired, but chopped up.
Right, it was chopped up.
We didn't get to see the way it was originally aired or originally shown to the network executives until the 80s on the Sci-Fi Channel. And of course, with Star Trek, again, we didn't get to see the fully restored The Cage until the 80s. I was lucky enough to see Gene Roddenberry present it in 1976. It was at Vets Auditorium in Des Moines, and it was just packed audience, and he showed the blooper reels and The Cage, but it was a black. It was a black and white print that he showed on college campuses. And
I want Pop Culture Curator to get monetized so he can upload his bloopers again.
Oh yeah, but that was I got to see both the full blooper reels because courtesy of Gene Roddenberry. It was an evening with Gene Roddenberry. That was back in October of '76.
Wow,
that sounds great. I think we got through our top 7. And so I want to go to the document. There are a few people from the chat who have used that document we have Franco Walker, Mikey, Booger, and Sean Carter have put in their top episodes. And I think I didn't say their top 8 or their top 7. So Franco Walker's top 8 episode was Journey to Babel, which, I love that one.
Oh, wow.
And his 7 was A Piece of the Action.
I'd advise you to keep dialing.
Then we had Mikey. Mikey gave us Where No Man Had Gone Before for his top 8. And Balance of Terror for number 7. Booger gives us, this one. Booger gives Let That Be Your Last Battlefield for number 8.
Wow.
And what's number 7?
7 is the Corbomite maneuver.
Ooh.
Sean Carter says his 8 is The City on the Edge of Forever, and his 7 is Errand of Mercy.
Yeah, Sean and I have City at the same spot. That's cool.
Nice. Canadian Spider-Man says, thanks for the shout out, Jill. Rod and I will be doing a bunch of shows together on my channel and his. His? Rod is starting a channel? We'd love to include you for a show or more. Well, of course. Yeah, just let me know. I get busy, but if I got a moment, I will definitely stop by it. I love you guys.
Everybody loves Jill.
And it's time for our top 6 episodes, and so that means I start that off.
Sad time is running.
Oh boy.
Pressure's on.
All right. Okay. Pressure, yeah. All right. Okay. Okay, so I'm a computer scientist, and so this episode has always been near and dear to me, and I love it so much. It's the ultimate computer. I think it's exceptional, and I don't suspect what happens in the episode when I first watch it. It's so good.
You are great. I am great.
You are great. I am great.
This is our instance of getting to see self-awareness in artificial intelligence, and it's just it teases the idea by demonstrating that the computer was acting less than logical, and it led it to have, those synaptic engrams of Dr. Daystrom. So it just shows how the AI can be influenced by its creator, and it kind of be like its child. And the whole idea, it came from, I just love that the idea for this episode came from a mathematician who was thinking about the future. That there's creativity, character, and intelligence in the writing of this story. And it also bears down to reality because it makes you think about the issue of automation due to mechanization, and with artificial intelligence today, that continues to remain relevant as jobs are, being done by. It's not real artificial intelligence, but it is a type of artificial intelligence. It's becoming more complex every day. So eventually, we will have real artificial intelligence.
But
This,
they called Captain Kirk Dunsel.
I know.
Outrageous.
That's what another reason I love it is because it's a cautionary story also about the artificial intelligence, even though while remaining optimistic at the same time, because the computer is defeated by appealing to the morality that Daystrom put in it.
Exactly.
And so that's the ethical artificial learning that we need to learn from and that we need to instill in any kind of artificial intelligence we create today.
Sweet.
And that's why that's I almost feel like I should have made it higher, but I really do love this episode. So Lance, what is your number 7?
We're on number 6.
Oh, number 6.
We're on number 6.
We're on number 6.
Let me steer you back on track.
Thank you, Lance. You're my hero.
We are on number 6.
And I did read my number 6. The Ultimate Computer is my number 6.
Okay, well, this was always a favorite of mine as a kid. It's also still a favorite of mine. Also links to loads of stuff in Star Trek lore, such as Star Trek 4, for example. And this is Tomorrow is Yesterday, 19th episode of the first season. It's another DC Fontana episode directed by television veteran Michael O'Herity, who would go on to direct 20 episodes of the A-Team for his sins. But it's a great... it's got, the Enterprise travels back in time to Earth. A jet is sent to intercept it. They're kind of forced to destroy it, but they beam the pilot on board, and then they later learn that pilot is crucial to the mission to Saturn, and if they take him with them instead of returning him to Earth, it's going to cause all kinds of timeline issues. There's a lot of stuff on the DS9 episode where the Ferengi end up on Area 51. There's kind of some similar bits. There's some good humor in the episode. The guest actors are all very good, acting their hearts out. Roger Perry, who actually plays Captain John Christopher, the main guest, he actually was a US Air Force intelligence officer. So, you had a veteran playing that role, which I always thought was kind of cool. And, there's a lot of fun with Spock and Sulu teleporting down to the base, and Spock gets to do his nerve pinch. I just think there's a lot of stuff from Star Trek 4 in here. And then, of course, they use the slingshot round the sun to get back home. So it sets up a whole load of other stuff there. And by the way, we've just had a spam in the chat, so one of the people with a hammer might want to delete that last comment, I think. So it's a great solid episode, one of the best, I think, and which is why it's in my top 10.
That spam is on Twitch, so I'm not worried. I can't.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even over there on Twitch. Twitch is whatever it's going to do.
All right.
Twitch.
It just
maybe it'll attract people to Twitch.
Okay. Oh, well, that's fine. I thought it was a bot trying to sell you something. My apologies.
I love Tomorrow's Yesterday too, but for different reasons than you. It's not in my top 10, but I love it so much because to this day, this is the only episode of Star Trek that my son has enjoyed. I keep trying to show him other episodes, but he just wants to go. But this one captivates him.
Yeah, it's fun, you know. It's and I was a big fan of that TV show Project UFO. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, I do. I remember. I
Right.
used to watch that every week. Yeah, that was a good show.
Yeah, I used to race home from school to
Yeah.
see that. It was all
Yeah.
based on real UFO incidents.
Was it Project UFO or Project Blue Book?
No, the show was called Project UFO, but it was based on Project Blue Book.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And that ran for like 2 or 3 seasons, I think. Anyway, yeah, my time is up, but there you go. So my number 6 tomorrow is Yesterday.
Perfect. Scotty R37, what is your number 6?
Number 6 is The Tholian Web. I adore this episode primarily. Obviously, we have spaceships. We get the Tholian Web. It's thoroughly iconic. But this is the episode I remember watching for the first time when I decided who my favorite character in Star Trek was. And it was the absence of Captain Kirk that made me choose, because I was always, like, when I first started watching Star Trek, I loved Spock. First love of first character, Spock. I gravitated. I loved Spock. But then when Captain Kirk went away, I got really mad at Spock. And I was like, you know what? I think that Dr. McCoy is my favorite character. And so it goes Kirk, McCoy, Spock. It is the definition of a eureka moment for me in terms of all of those characters and which friends I would want to hang out with in a particular order. Again, I love the special effects. I love the effects of the null space that is happening. The end is a little, and then it got shot across space and everything's fine. But I love the calculation from Spock. I love the compassion from McCoy, and I love the glue and sheer will of Jim Kirk that keeps these 3 dudes together. And yeah, it is for me a definitive trinity. When you talk about the big 3 on the original series, this is the one that comes to my mind. And so yeah, the Tholian Web. And also, don't you get some Chekhov screams? That's always rad.
Yeah, that's his everybody has their catchphrase. Chekhov's catchphrase is screaming.
Yes.
And you're right. So it is really great for the Trinity, but it also has amazing screen time for Chekhov and Uhura.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's a good choice. I if we were doing top 15, I would have had it in there. That one is up there.
Yeah, that made my honorable mentions list. I really like Tholian Web too.
Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in that episode. So, PvP, what's your number 6?
Oh, okay. Time to bring my list back on screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, number 6 is Space Seed. I mean, I had to put this one on the list. I had to give it a fairly high ranking because, let's face it, this is a keystone episode to the series. Khan is arguably one of the most menacing adversaries that our crew ever faced. He's strong. He's resourceful. He's just a very he's a superhuman basically. And the interaction with MacGyvers. I love the brave quality of 60s television because I mean the way he treats MacGyvers, I doubt you'd get that on TV today with a basically a toxic male, treating MacGyvers like Khan does. It's like I just admire the bravery of the writers writing these scripts. Of course, Ricardo Montalban. What can you say that hasn't been said already? Fabulous performance. He just inhabits the character fully. He's just in such magnificent physical condition. I mean, it's obvious that he's a man that worked out regularly to stay in shape. The interaction with Kirk, the dinner scene where they're having a honorary dinner, so to speak, because MacGyvers wanted them to put their dress uniforms on and all of that. And then, Khan's got that great line, what is it, about warfare concealed or whatever. I forget the line now. And there's also the part where, Kirk is like, just letting Spock kind of, go in on the attack. And Khan, of course, picks that up right away. You let your second in command, attack while you sit back and observe or whatever. I mean, I know I'm botching these lines, but you guys get what I mean. And yeah, it's just a really important episode because it did lead to Star Trek 2. And after the first film, as good as the first movie is, there was question that the movie series might not continue. And then when Nicholas Meyer had the genius idea to bring Khan into the second one and basically make basically an action movie, like, space battles, kind of going back to like Balance of Terror kind of thing. That I think saved the movie franchise. So it's a very important episode for that as well. So yeah, I just think it's a great episode. I guess that pretty much covers it. But
Yeah, and there's your line right there from Marie Bovell. That's the line you were looking for earlier.
Oh, thank you, Ari. Yeah. Social occasions are merely warfare concealed. Yes, brilliant line. I love that line. And that's pretty much
Oh,
it.
Thank you, Ari.
And I apologize, but just to interject something else about Space Seed, I once again find myself growing fatigued. I love that.
Yeah, it's
like you say,
this go-to excuse, right, Scotty?
well, in Stone Racket is when Stone Racket talks about all our yesterdays, and it's like, what is library? Whenever I want to get myself out of a conversation in real life, I find myself again growing fatigued.
Nice. Yeah, he said that a couple of times in the episode.
I'm getting a migraine. I gotta go. No. Just kidding.
Pop culture curator, what is your number 6 episode?
A piece of the action. I like the characters. I think the casting is brilliant. Set design. I know it's a silly episode. It's comedic. And that's 2 comedic episodes I picked on my list with Tribbles. I love the music. I think it has, the best bumpers when it goes to the commercials. And I thought, even as a kid, I found it very entertaining. Really iconic, Jojo Kracko and Bella Oxnix. And it was good to see Kirk, Spock, and McCoy in the zoot suits from the time. And obviously they were able to use the sets from the Untouchables, which really helped save a lot of money for Desilu. But I always have enjoyed it, and I always will. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think so. I think even though it is a comedy episode, it is a cautionary tale why the Prime Directive is so important. Look what happens here. Because of something that happened before the Prime Directive was a thing. And yes, it is a lot of fun. I like Kirk driving a car. We finally get to see him not be good at something.
I liked the actor who played the kid in this episode, and I was just curious to see if he ever did anything else. I'm just looking him up now, but it's an actor called Sheldon Collins. But he only had 21 credits and quit acting in 1972, so I guess he didn't take it much further.
A lot of kids are just child actors.
Yeah, but he was good though. He was really good in the episode. Sometimes the kids back then could be annoying, but I always thought he was kind of cool.
Who you calling a babe? I'm calling you a babe, but don't take it personally.
Yeah. They can't do nothing until they're done sparkling. Or words to that effect.
I hit Kracko. Kracko hits Teppo. Teppo hits the Tribbles. The Tribbles hit me. Thank you, Max Redstone.
Well, and also that card game they make up,
Fizbin. Yeah.
How lucky you are.
You've got a royal Fizbin.
Fight ensues.
Yeah, Shatner ad-libbed that too, so that is
Did he?
special about
Awesome.
that. He did.
That's great. I love that scene with Fizbin. That is so funny.
Yeah, so the confusion on everybody's faces in that scene was real.
Oh, cool. That makes sense.
Okay, and we're at time.
So
So
we're
up.
okay. So Stone Racket. I don't know. I really love that episode too, even though it's not in my top 10. Stone
same.
Racket, what's your number 6 episode?
Number 6, The Doomsday Machine.
Hmm.
Good choice. Good choice.
Fantastic episode, and of all places, on a Columbo podcast discussion forum, I got in an argument with a fellow Trekker who thought I said the heart of that episode is an anti-nuclear type theme, and he disagreed. I'm like, well, on the surface, it's a save the universe instead of a save the planet, and he took umbrage to that. Most interesting because he was being the great man authority because he actually met James Doohan, and James Doohan's favorite episode is The Doomsday Machine. So that gave him authority to lecture all of us on a Columbo forum. But yeah, it's a fantastic episode, and wonderful performances, except when William Wyndham was given full reign to do whatever he wanted when he was going into the throat of the doomsday device. His overreactions were kind of fun. But yeah, it's a solid episode and a great action episode, great peril episode. And like I said, it's a anti-nuke story.
Yes, absolutely. I enjoyed Wyndham's over the top performance too.
Yeah, when he's heading into, it's like, okay, do that but more. Okay, and then raise up a little bit and look really shocked. Oh, and then it's just kind of. But he disparaged Star Trek. He wasn't too keen on doing that show, and he talked down to it. I don't know if you're aware of that, but he didn't think much of Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes.
It's like, well,
we did talk about that. That's why he overacted, but
a little bit, yeah.
It backfired on him because we love it.
Well, that's probably what he's known for.
He's most of his the rest of his performance is really solid, I thought.
Oh, never trust a man who's been married 5 times.
Oh,
that's what I'm going to say.
Okay, but anyway, that's number 6 for me is The Doomsday Machine.
Okay.
Wonderful. And I was just typing something in the chat to Wes Cagle. Wes Cagle says, "Oh, I forgot about the Doomsday Machine. I want to do it because
too late now.
Never forget the Doomsday Machine."
He submitted his results, and I told him he can resubmit if he wants.
Oh, sweet!
You're too kind, Jill. I would rule that with an iron fist.
But I won't be reading yours until you resubmit. So I'm gonna skip yours, Wes Cagle, until you've got your.
That's fair.
You've got your list in.
That's fair, Jill. That's cool.
You're very reasonable.
I'm on the Franco Walker sort of subscription service where this is my top 10 list today. But if I change it then I want to, fine.
And Scotty's top 10 tomorrow will be completely different.
Not completely, completely, but
sort of, kind of.
It might, maybe I'll swap one out.
Okay. Before we move on to our top 5, I want to say Franco Walker has as his top 6 I Mud, which is another comedy episode. Then Mikey has The Man Trap for his number 6. And Booger puts The City on the Edge of Forever for his. And Sean Carter has Space Seed. So that matches somebody else's answer. Who else had 6 with Space Seed? And there we go. Now we're ready for our top 5. We're halfway through the list. I think we're doing great. All right. Okay, so that means I'm up next. Let's get going with our next episode.
Sound time is on.
Okay, so I love Spock. And so Spock shows up in my top 5 more than once. And here he is at number 5, Muck Time. And I just love it. I don't have too many words to say about it. It's just something that you have to experience. It's just every single line is amazing. Every single action, every single scene. Spock's my favorite character.
Yeah, Jill, do the music, please. Do the music.
Well, that would take up some of my time.
Oh, sorry.
Play the clip from The Simpsons.
Yeah, that's an incredible episode.
I actually have it. Scotty, go get it for me.
Yeah, I know you have that. That's fantastic that you do.
But I just love learning more about Spock and about Vulcans. And it's really endearing for me. It's definitely one of the episodes that grabbed me when I saw it for the first time. And it's one of the ones that I rewatch more than many of the other ones, because if I just want to feel fantastic for the rest of the day, this one makes me so happy. It finally deals with the emotions of Vulcans and how they can control them.
Yeah.
Arlene Martell was also pretty smoking in that.
Oh, Smoke Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's lovely. And Uhura agrees.
Yeah, she was a big regular on the.
Oh, I know where it is now. Circuit. It's in here.
Okay. See, I was looking. I'm trying to find it. There you go. Got it.
And in Leonard Nimoy's fantastic performance, you see just how much he's been holding back as an actor when he displays all of his emotion that he's normally suppressing.
Indeed.
I love the Kirk nipple reveal in that shot.
It's very well done, I must say.
It is. Yeah, it's pretty well done. Yeah.
Okay, so that's my number 5. Lance, what's your number 5?
My number 5 is the final season of final episode, of season 1, Operation Annihilate.
Nice.
Pancake monsters.
Yeah, I mean, I like this episode for a number of reasons. It wasn't one of the first that I know the first. I distinctly remember the first Star Trek episode I saw, and it is in my list, and we haven't got to it yet. But this is one of the first that I saw for sure. This had been repeats in the 1970s. I like the fact that they used that space park for an exterior location, combined with a really beautiful matte painting. So there was, there was a sense we were visiting another planet. We were going somewhere. This kind of had an invasion of the body snatchers vibe to it, with the, those strange aliens when you see them kind of hiding in the dark in the basement of one of those buildings. You just know they're bad news. It's just like, Spark, don't turn your back. But I like the storyline and the stuff about the guy flying the ship into the sun, and then Kirk going, "You heard what he said? He was free. He was free." William Shatner overacting to the 9th degree, but it's all great stuff. And I like when they're examining the alien. So there's lots of stuff here that I think inspired a lot of other films and shows that, Ridley Scott must have seen this one. It's just a good, it's a good suspenseful blend of science fiction and horror. Bit like The Devil in the Dark. It's got that kind of vibe, but in a different way. Aliens planting something in your body and detaching themselves to you and that kind of thing. And just really liked it. So the Parasite episode, as I call it, great, very, very tense right up till the end. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I was almost surprised you picked this one, but if I think about it, this might be one of the first times we get to see Spock sacrificing himself, or potentially. putting himself in the line of fire to sacrifice himself, which kind of mirrors what happens later in terms of caring about the needs of the mini.
Indeed, and the guy who wrote it, Stephen Karabatos, he actually co-wrote the screenplay for the last Flight of Noah's Ark. If you guys ever saw that Disney movie, and yeah, he worked on a number of other shows and did a couple of scripts for a couple of B movies as well, like Tentacles, which you may well not have seen.
Yeah, if you haven't heard of it, that episode borrowed heavily from Robert A. Heinlein's The Puppet Masters.
Yeah, that was. Funnily enough, I recently watched the film adaptation of that, which most people consider to be terrible, but I actually quite like it.
Yeah, I showed a clip of that on Jill's stream.
Yeah,
and an Outer Limits episode loosely based on the Puppet Masters, or at least that basic concept, is The Invisibles.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
so there's
before you guys geek out even more, let's move on to Scotty Arthur.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, was out of time, so
yeah. And Scotty R37, what's your? Well, I mean, I'm impressed that you guys do that. You can just keep rolling for like a while. I don't know where it was going to stop, so I had to stop it. What is your number 5 episode, Scotty?
Starting off my top 5, Balance of Terror. First appearance of Mark Leonard. Absolutely adore the buildup of the culture of the Romulans. Again, something that would have strong influences throughout the rest of Trek, just in terms of the introduction of that race. And yeah, I enjoy the militarization of it, but also somewhat with the empathy. It's kind of my arena in terms of, we're not going to kill you. We'll rescue you. We can beam the survivors aboard. And it's like, nope, there's one more duty to do, which not only sort of cements what the Romulans are in terms of being honor bound, and sometimes by fear, with the Praetor and Centurion and all that imagery, Romulus and Remus, which also will come back eventually, whether we like it or not. But yeah, I enjoy the performance. I enjoy with Styles and that level. This is like one of those first episodes where bigotry is specifically addressed by name, and it's like, I'll have no room for that bigotry on my bridge, mister. You stow it in your quarters. And it's like, we don't care what you think, do your job. And if your personal feelings are getting in the way of that, then you're not doing your job properly. And as I've mentioned many times on this with you guys, I love it when people do their jobs. And this is one of those ones where Jim is doing his job, and he's not even doing it in a way that is vengeful. It's border security. I love this facet of Starfleet and the Federation, and again, neutral zone, something that we will be talking about, or Star Trek will be addressing for a long period of time. Everybody in this is amazing. And yeah, this is definitely one that I pop on probably more than twice, 3 times a year. It's like, I want to watch a Star Trek episode. And Balance of Terror, Mark Leonard, number 5.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that when I rated it at the top of the show. So I really love that one too.
Phaser 1, fire. Oh, photon torpedo, same thing.
And I forgot about the ill-fated marriage. Oh, everything about this. There's it's layered.
David Tomlinson and Angela Martine.
I have a feeling other people will be talking about that episode also.
I have a sneaking suspicion that you are right.
But our time is up, so we need to move.
Yes. So PvP. What is your number 5 episode?
Number 5. My number 5. Here's another personal favorite. I'm not going with all the iconic ones. This is a personal favorite. It's Obsession. I love this episode. I think it's very underrated. I think it's an episode that often gets overlooked by a lot of fans, but I think it's an absolutely fabulous episode. I love this. Well, there's so many things to love. I mean, you got to love the gaseous creature, and Kirk's obsession, I think, is just so good. And we get so much of Kirk's backstory in this one. You know, we learn about, when he was serving, 15 years before or whatever on the Farragut. and Captain Garavik was like a father figure to him, and he worshipped Garavik, and then the captain, along with like half the crew, was murdered by this thing. And Kirk, of course, blames himself. He still got that sense of guilt all those years later, thinking he could have, should have, done something, even though obviously he, didn't really know what to do, because how do you fight this thing, So I just love that backstory in the episode. I just love we finally get a red shirt that's an actual character that has a personality, that has a backstory too, because of course Ensign Garavik is Captain Garavik's son, so that's a nice way that ties the story together. um, I just think it's a great, and then there's that scene in Kirk's quarters where McCoy and Spock are concerned about the way he's been, acting, and if they wonder if he's losing his sense of judgment. And you know, there's that scene with McCoy where McCoy's got to put it in his medical log, and Kirk is like fighting him, and then Spock enters the room, and it's like no, we're concerned about the way you're commanding the Enterprise. And I just think that's a fabulous scene. I can't remember the dialogue, but DeForest Kelly has some great lines in that scene. Yeah, I just love this episode, and of course there's that ending, when Garavik and Kirk beam down to the planet, with the blood plasma, and of course that doesn't quite work out the way they thought it would. And it's just like tense, like right to the last few seconds we are in suspense. Of course we know they're going to survive, but it's still great. And yeah, I just think it's a very underrated episode. I really like this one because, I mean, let's face it, usually the red shirts are nothing but monster fodder, in almost every episode. And I like the actor, Stephen Brooks, who played Garavik. I thought gave a solid performance. I wish they'd actually put him in a few more episodes like they did, some other crew, which would pop up occasionally, because I thought he was an interesting character, and they could have maybe developed him even more. Uh, but yeah, I think this is a great one, and I'm probably getting up to my time. But yeah,
Yep.
so this is my
Yeah.
number 5.
I love this episode too. I give it an A. It's not in my top 10, but I think it's a really great showcase of how Star Trek can have our crew focus on the science of the matter, and it's very intelligently written.
Yeah,
And
this
I don't notice the runtime when I
this
watch
was nearly in my top 10 as well. I was very close on this one.
Yeah, I like when the creature turns to attack, and that's when Spock finally realizes it actually is an entity. I forgot to mention that scene because that's very cool as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, very good choice. Very good choice. PvP.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Pop
you.
culture curator. What do you rank as your 5th Star Trek episode?
My 5th favorite is Mirror Mirror.
Nice.
Obviously, we get to see the cast play the bad guys. Yet I think it's my favorite horror episode. I thought it very imaginative. Apparently, it spawned a lot of later Star Trek episodes in different series. But I don't know. I thought it was unusual. It's kind of like a bottle episode, but in a way it's not. I like the way they treat the Halkins from both sides. You get to see both points of view. And the way Kirk resolved it, the way he was able to control himself. I don't know, I thought it was a magnificent episode. And it was good to see Bones and the conflict between Bones and Spock ultimately saving McCoy and realizing what's going on and letting them go. But that's my pick. Thank you.
When the cat's away.
Yeah.
Now you're making sense.
I was getting bored. Of course, this isn't the time.
Any time's a good time.
I'm afraid I changed my mind again.
Ta-da.
Oh, that's such a good scene.
And let's not forget Barbara Luna as the captain's woman.
Oh yeah.
Meow meow.
Oh yeah. Right. Lovely choice. I forgot about that I had those clips. So there we go. Also this one.
The agony booth is a most effective means of discipline.
Agony booth.
So before I just keep playing clips, Stone Rocket, what's your fifth episode?
My number 5 is Mirror Mirror. Oh no! Well, why? What am I saying? No, number 5, Journey to Babel.
Nice.
Which is a fantastic Spock episode, and once again we have the great Mark Leonard, joined by Jane Wyatt as Spock's parents, Sarek and Amanda. And it's just a wonderful episode. It has a little bit of everything in it. And I, once again, very proud to say that I portrayed Captain Kirk in 7th grade when my English teacher had us perform Journey to Babel from the teleplay. And I got to play Kirk in the last few scenes. So, but it's always been a favorite, and it's once again it's a great Spock episode.
Yeah, absolutely. We get to learn about Spock's teddy bear, which we get to actually see in the animated series.
And it's either pronounced Sayla or Sullet, depending on if you want to go with McCoy.
Well, I always said Sayla.
Yeah, it's Sayla, but McCoy goes Sullet. No, Sayla. Magatu, not Sugatu. Sugatu, Magatu.
Yeah, they had to change the name of them.
Yeah, it's a great episode. Just wonderful DC Fontana script.
Yes, DC Fontana was wonderful with Spock, and
Yeah.
I agree with that choice. Very good. I want to read off some of the people who have used the document to give us their top 10. And so Franco Walker's number 5 is Franco Walker's 5 is Let That Be Your Last Battlefield.
Wow.
And Mikey's is The Enemy Within. Yeah, a lot more people like that episode than I knew. And Booger gives it to The Return of the Archons, which I can definitely understand. Sean Carter puts the Galileo 7 as his number 5. Wes Cagle, The Cage. Subcommander Tall is here. Hey, Subcommander Tall. I haven't been in the chat yet, but I'm so glad you're here. I'll read you up to a 5. Your number 10, Subcommander Tall's number 10 is All Our Yesterdays. 9, Where No Man Has Gone Before. 8, The Devil in the Dark. 7, A Taste of Armageddon. 6, The Return of the Archons. And 5, he chooses Mirror, Mirror. And Wes Cago's also joined us with his updated list. I will ignore the first list. His number 10 is Where No Man Has Gone Before. 9 is Devil in the Dark. 8, The Galileo 7. 7 was The Cage. 6 was Patterns of Force. What?
What?
Sorry. And 5, The City on the Edge of Forever. Very cool. All right, so we're ready to check out our number 4. But before we do I have any minutes left to look at the chat? Let's see. Oh, hey, the Comic Relic Crusader is here. How many minutes out of the 20 do I have until we get to where
very little.
Very little. Okay. I don't remember where I was here, but JD Lewis is here. Oh, there I am. All right, so Dullian Webb is one of Wes Cagle's favorite. Yeah, it's one of my higher ranked season 3 episodes. And Wes Cagle plays Fizman every Tuesday night. Suzanne had to leave like 20 minutes ago. I hope you have a great day, Suzanne. If I didn't miss you. And the Doomsday Machine must be paired with Dr. Strangelove for the ultimate doubleheader, says Aretha.
Okay.
Yeah, my double header with Dr. Strangelove is Failsafe, which is the non-comedic version of the same story.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Sub Commander Tull. I realize that the way my poll is made, it's not very easy to answer on it. So I did warn people that it doesn't look too great, but I wanted people to be able to participate, and that's the best I could come up with right away. James Caserta says $100. No, wait, no. It's 100 pennies, James Caserta. Thank you, Taylor Swift, for the 100 pennies. Thank you, Matt G.
I have a sneaking suspicion Sub Commander Tull will have the Enterprise incident in his top 5. What do you think? What do you say, Jill?
Ooh, I don't know.
Maybe even number 1. The fog monster is the obsession
Actually,
monster.
I think that's I didn't get Bird's top 10, but I do know he said before that Enterprise incident is his favorite.
Oh, cool.
And James Caserta says the Mega Glory is better than people think. The aliens are mimicking humanity and playing with their conventions without knowing the meaning of them. And hello to Sentai Ranger Donnie. Great to see you here today. Has anybody put in their top 10 in the actual chat, or are they only using the
just the document so far?
Okay, great. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. And yes. All right. So I'm just starting to know where I am in the chat.
Oh, okay.
And Presence is another good one. And yeah. So now we're ready to start a new 20 minutes.
Yep. Number 4.
So for my number 4, we're gonna really get heavy in the repeats, I suppose.
Yeah.
Is Balance of Terror. And it's just incredible. I love it so much. This is, like I said, I rated this episode. I like to keep my ratings at the end of this show, but I couldn't wait. I had to say right away that I gave it an A+++. Because the script does everything. It's just an injustice even to, I don't even know how to talk about it because I love this one so much. It's just moving and captivating. Every scene, every line exemplifies all the tension and how worried everybody is, and even some desperation is in there too. This is an incredible piece of science fiction that it has the science of the matter, but also imagining the reality of military combat, which is something that Star Trek is capable of. I enjoy it. And also everything Scotty said earlier. So I don't want to repeat a whole lot. All of the character things, love it.
Okay.
And so, Lance, what do you choose as your number 4?
Well, also repeating what's gone before, where man has already gone before. The Menagerie is my number 4 pick.
Mine too.
I actually didn't like this when I saw it as a kid, because there were two things about it. It was very talky heavy, and the alien with the big bald head proper freaks me out. The veins popping out the side of the head and stuff. I used to hide behind the sofa when that alien came on the telly. It wasn't until I watched it later when it was released as a VHS, and I think you could get it quite early ahead of the main bulk of them coming out at some video stores and stuff. That I sat down and kind of watched it properly with adult eyes, and realized actually just what a fantastic piece of writing this was. And I like courtroom dramas. I'm a huge fan of films like Jagged Edge, which was directed by Richard Marquand, who directed Return of the Jedi, and other courtroom dramas like that. And this is kind of like your Star Trek courtroom drama. But also the aliens are just very, very unnerving. I didn't see the original pilot until after I'd seen the Menagerie. It's quite funny that there's a shot of Spock laughing when he inspects a plant in that original pilot. He kind of smiles. You've got those funny plants that kind of sing. They're like these little bushes that probably got nicked off of another set, I would imagine.
Yeah, that planet sound they used quite a bit.
Yeah,
it originated with those funny little blue plants that
Yeah,
makes Spock smile.
Yeah, which is uncharacteristic for him. And I remember thinking when I watched the pilot, oh well, they clearly gave him some direction on the character, or he decided that himself. Yeah, but also the guest actors in this are very, very good. And I like the twist at the end. I think it's just really, really good storytelling. And I think of stuff you could tell to people to watch as an introduction to Star Trek. This wouldn't be the first one I'd tell them to watch, but if I gave them 10 episodes to watch, this would definitely be in there. Yeah, so that's my number 4 pick. I'll pass the baton to Scotty to elaborate further.
Well, and there's not a lot, because people are talking about the Menagerie, and I adore it. Everything that Stone Racket said in regards to it, and everything that you said. But the main reason that I really, really enjoy this, and I think, again, it's one of those sort of foundational reasons why I love Star Trek, is that this is the episode that gave it its built-in history. There was a captain before Kirk, and there was a life before this Enterprise, and Spock had matured in such a dramatic way. And so when people talk about the sanctity of the canon and the history, I think it was a brilliant move to use the cage and say, it's a flashback, it's fine. And then it does build on all of this stuff. People doing, I think that not installed, but just it inspired a sense of history, that this was a galaxy that was not only the future, but it was lived in unto itself as well. I know it's very clean, but that's what Starfleet is. They keep a very tidy ship. But it still had some reverence for things that had gone before. And then seeing Pike crippled and what Spock would go through. And there's a whole series of adventures with Spock and Pike that no one will ever see. They won't get to see them.
Yeah, Scotty, how long did Spock serve with Pike?
I don't know, 10 years?
11 years, 4 months, 5 days.
All right. See, and that's exactly it. Is that tour with Pike that gives just a sense of weight to Spock's character as well. I love Dr. Boyce and Susan Oliver. I think was like when you talk about Ursula Andress being the first Bond girl, Susan Oliver being the first green alien Orion. Like, so fantastic, so striking,
hubba.
so beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Smoke show Foxy Times. But yeah, I do. Menagerie is when I felt like this was a world, and it had history, and you have star bases and shuttlecrafts and the Enterprise and the Telosians, everything about it. So number 4, absolutely the Menagerie.
Brilliant episode.
Yeah. And great reasons too. I really like the technology at Captain Pike's chair that's controlled by his brainwaves. I think that's a great idea that has come to fruition in the present for some people who have minds that are conscious and active enough, like Pike's was. I would have liked if they could have done some Morse code, but I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Scotty. And PvP says, okay, I see. I got your message, PvP. Please tell us your number 4 episode.
Okay, my number 4 is Balance of Terror. I had to put it quite high on the list because it's a key episode once again. First introduction of the Romulans, first introduction of Mark Leonard, Just a fabulous episode, a lovely cat and mouse a game. I know it's based on that old movie, that submarine warfare film. I can't remember the title offhand.
The
It's
Enemy
called The
Below.
Enemy Below. I was going to
Yeah.
mention it.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, it's just a wonderful episode. I mean, it's one of my favorites too for the subtlety of Shatner's acting in this one. Because he's just so pensive at times, sitting in the command chair and trying to figure out a strategy against this captain. And I love, as the episode progresses, how both captains realize how similar they are in personality, and there's a growing respect, even though they're basically trying to destroy each other. There's a growing admiration and respect for one another up until the final scene when the Romulan commander says, in another reality I could have called you friend. And boy, that's a good line. That still gets me every time I hear that one. So yeah, it's a wonderful episode. It's a key episode for introducing the Romulan Empire to us. So yeah, that's why I put it at number 4, because it's just a great episode. And
Yes, and I think we'll be able to get to hear your number 2, but then you're going to have to leave us. So when we come around to number 2, you'll be able to give us your 2 and your 1 at once.
Oh, if I could do
okay?
both, yeah, I'll do that then.
Yeah,
That'll
yeah,
work.
yeah. That's the only way it's going to work, because we're not going
no
to have
worries.
enough time.
No, I can keep them brief anyway. I can keep it fairly brief. So yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Jill.
You're welcome. And thank you, PvP, for being here to share. And I'm glad you made that quote. If you didn't, I was going to say it. That's my favorite part too.
Yeah,
It's
that's
because
great.
they do realize that they are in each other's minds. They do think very similarly.
Exactly.
So,
Yep.
Pop culture curator, which one do you rate as your number 4 episode?
Well, without repeating too much, it would be Balance of Terror, coincidentally. For all the same reasons, we get our great introduction of the Romulans. Mark Leonard, it was nice to see him. I had seen him on other shows at the time, and the fact that he was with us throughout most of Star Trek and even TNG, I thought he was amazing, a flexible actor. But I don't know what else to say that hasn't already been said.
Oh, that's a touching episode when we get to TNG. Yeah.
But thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. I know. That's what happens when you get close to the top, is you get a lot of repeats and all of that. But I really do love it too.
Yeah, I figure no sense in giving a plot synopsis. Everybody knows.
So right, we know why it's awesome. Stone Racket, what is your number 4 Star Trek episode?
Number 4, The Devil in the Dark, which is a absolutely brilliant episode by Gene L. Kuhn. And we know the story of Janos Prohaska bringing this pizza monster suit. And Gene L. Kuhn was inspired once he saw that, and he wrote just a brilliant script. And I'll never forget seeing the preview for The Devil in the Dark with the Horta etching "No Kill Eye" in the rock. That's in the preview, and it's like, oh, I have to see this episode. And it's a great creature episode, and you think it's going one way, and then it completely flips the script. And which is what I liked about some of the Outer Limits episodes, is where we're the actual monsters. And I just can't say enough about that. It's just a wonderful story, and it's always been a top favorite of mine. And it's one of my go-to episodes, of course, being in the top 5.
Awesome. Yes, I love that episode also. Just wonderful stuff.
Mother Horta.
Oh, hey, are we done with our top 4s?
Yep.
We are indeed. We are indeed.
Okay. We only got a few minutes to look at the chat. Oh, the Reluctant Dragon put in his top 10. Awesome. Thank you, Yvonne. Nice place you got here, Mr. Pike. Oh, and Wes Cagle says I'm the cage guy rather than the menagerie guy. Yeah,
Oh,
see, that's fair.
I love the reworking of the cage and the menagerie. It's just brilliant.
I love Malachi Throne.
Yeah, Malachi Throne is cool.
Oh, thank you for starring this one, Scotty. Hello to Herc130. Hola, amigos.
Hey, Flyboy.
Mm-hmm. So then also in our, back to our document over here, we have people in the chat who have ranked their episodes. And let's see, we're on number 4. So Franco Walker's number 4 is Mud's Women. Ooh. Mikey's is the Corbomite maneuver. Wonderful. Boogers is, geez, Patterns of Force. There's no, but Booger's not the only one in this list to put Patterns of Force in their list. That is
very
interesting.
People like to see Nazis getting shot with phasers. That's what it is.
Yeah,
that must be it.
Yeah, there is an episode of Voyager that I don't like that is full of Nazis, but the only reason why I'm okay with it existing is because you get to see Klingons killing Nazis.
And the blonde lady in the beret, she is.
Yeah, that's the only reason to watch it in my book, but that's just me.
So
I don't like that
4.
episode at all.
I love it so much, and it is in my top 20. But that's like the Indiana Jones of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
that's for me. I give it a C grade. I've just never warmed up to it, but the blonde gal smoke show.
Sean Carter's number 4 is Journey to Babel.
Yay!
Wes Cagle's is The City on the Edge of Forever.
Yay!
And oh wait, no, that's not right. Wes Cagle resubmitted, and so that one is not correct.
Boo!
He
no,
had
sorry.
Wes Cagle's is actually the Doomsday Machine. That's
number 4.
Yeah, that's number 4. I need to erase this one.
Solid
so
pick.
I don't read it again. I don't read this one again. I'm gonna delete it. Okay, there. Now that one's gone. I won't make that mistake again. And Sub-Commander Tall also chose the Doomsday Machine as his number 4.
Cool.
And Ivan Ivanovich, I haven't read any of his top 10, so his 10 was The Cage, 9, I Mud, 8, Whom Gods Destroy. Ooh, whoa, season 3. Oh, goodness.
Marta, right? Is that her name? The Orion woman played by Yvonne Craig. Marta. Yep.
Lord God.
I think that deserves a clip of Marta's. No, never mind.
Oh, the ears.
That's okay. That's okay. So his what was it? Number 8 was
adversarial. I think.
Number 8, Whom Gods Destroy. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and 7 is Where No Man Has Gone Before.
Sweet.
Number 6 was The Enterprise Incident. Hey, nice.
Cool.
6, Journey to Babel. I always stumble on how to say that. Journey to Babel. Babel. It's Babel. I know it's Babel. I know it's Babel, but I want to babble.
Yeah.
4 is The Tholian Web.
Yeah, it's a cool one from the 3rd season.
Yeah, he picked a couple of 3rd season episodes.
Yeah, Tholian's a top 5 3rd season for sure.
Definitely a unique list.
Captain Garth.
Lord Garth.
What were we talking about? No.
Okay, so we're on our top 3 episodes. We made it to top 3. Can you believe it, guys?
Number 3.
Oh.
Jill, what's your number 3?
My number 3 is This Side of Paradise.
Oh.
Okay.
A lovey-dovey Spock episode.
We've not had that yet.
Because I love Spock. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a top. If you're a Spock fan, it's definitely a top episode for Spock. It's just wonderful.
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
wanted to put that one on my list, but it just missed out. It's in the honorable mentions, but it was just torture not putting that one on the top 10.
Yeah, well, it gives you the question is what would you do if given the choice of paradise? Would you take it or leave it behind to accomplish something more worthwhile? Is the pleasure itself worth the loss of accomplishment? So I think there's very heavy questions of how do you feel at the end of your life? Did you feel like you wasted it or did you feel like you enjoyed it? What's the balance between those two things? Is it really pleasure if you're not really yourself and just experiencing a false paradise? So
Good one. Yeah, good
Yeah.
analysis, Jill.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
And I like Spock hanging from the tree too.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
That
too,
was,
me too.
if I remember correctly, that was kind of an improvisation. Yeah, that's it's just Kirk's reaction. It's just priceless. It's like, what the
Yeah.
heck's going on? That's not the Spock we know.
Well, right. That wasn't Spock. It wasn't the real Spock. And so
Yeah.
once he's freed from the spores, he knows it's his duty
Yeah.
to whatever his lingering feelings that he actually has for Layla, and which he does express to her in his own Vulcan way.
Yeah, that's a beautiful scene.
It is. And
DC Fontana just knocked it out of the park, and that's how she became script editor. She solved that script problem because it was was it Jerome Bixby that fumbled this one, The Way of the Spores?
I don't know what was going on before.
Yeah, but
I don't remember.
she
I
fixed
didn't
that
get that deep
script,
into it.
and Roddenberry says, "You fix this. You're our series script editor, story editor," and she did it.
Yeah, and Vulcan emotions are so very violent. So it was lucky that Layla was there to bring out the intensely positive emotion of love from Spock. Otherwise, it could have been a much more dangerous episode.
Oh yeah.
And I just love it. It's very rewarding to watch, like you said, and I love it so much. It's beautiful. I don't know. It's just it's not just that the spores change your personality. The alien nature of the spores and the effects it has on you is a neat science fiction concept.
Yeah.
And that's my number 3.
Okay.
So, what do you have as your third favorite episode?
By the way, before I jump onto that, just a tidbit for you. We have a comedy show called The Goodies, and those strange flowers from the Paradise episode, they made a cameo appearance in the episode called Animals, where they kill all the rabbits at the end. So, which was episode of Star Trek, but there you go.
For the first time in my life, I was happy.
That's a beautiful last line.
So my number 3 has already been mentioned, but I'm going to comment a couple of things about it that haven't been mentioned. So it's the Doomsday Machine episode. So yeah, it's season 2, episode 6 with the Planet Destroyer. Dun, 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 dun. This is the first episode of Star Trek I ever saw, as far as I can remember, because it really, really, really stuck in my head. I remember seeing it more than once as a kid, so it must have got a fair bit of replay. One of the things I don't like about the updated versions is I hate the new visualization of the planet killer with CGI. I think it just looks much more ominous as a practical effect. Admittedly, yes, it does look like a giant space turd, but you know, it just looks like it's like this kind of rock. It looks very unorganic somehow with the original effects work. You know, you can't tell if it's a creature or a spaceship. What is this? It's mass that we don't understand, and I kind of really liked that. I thought that was really ominous. People have already mentioned William Wyndham, so I won't comment further about him. If you didn't like Star Trek, tough luck, buddy. You missed out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I also like the line. You know, I think Kirk's got a line where he's waiting to be beamed up off the constellation at the end. Gentlemen, I suggest you beam me aboard.
Yeah,
that's a great line. Always remembered that moment. And yeah, the mouth of this, whatever it is, this thing, this creature, the Doomsday Machine, is pretty horrendous. I like the way this was tied in. I think it was in a novel, if I remember rightly, where they created a backstory for the Doomsday Machine, and it was invented by a race of aliens who were building it to combat the Borg.
Yes.
That's cool.
And
the novel is called Vendetta.
Yeah, I had that novel. I bought it specifically because it had a painting of the Doomsday Machine on the front, and it's about the more advanced version of it that finally is built and is released, and they have to kind of deal with it. But yeah, so that's my number 3. I think it's a really gripping, exciting episode. Lots of space stuff, and I always like the episodes with other spaceships in. So it's kind of cool seeing the other constellation. The effects for the constellation are great, the new effects, but I just don't like the new effects for the Planet Killer.
You prefer it to be the original Windsock?
Yeah. I just thought it had a creepiness to it, whereas, you know, this CGI thing that they created for it, just, I don't know, it just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
So
one of my favorite lines is when Kirk is trying to convince Matt Decker not to go into the Doomsday Machine, and he says, "We're stronger with you than without you."
Yeah, that's a good line. Yeah.
Which ultimately proved to be untrue because they defeated it. Well, with his help. With his help.
He showed them the way, I think is one way of putting it.
But at what cost?
No.
But what if
yeah, but great episode. Let's move on.
What if Decker? Let's move on. Scotty R37, what is your number 3?
Well, fans of the show will know that I have a certain preoccupation with Vulcan mating rituals. And Amok Time is the reason that I have that preoccupation. I love it. It was one of those things where the fish out of water, because we had been presented with Spock balancing his human half and his Vulcan half. And then this is the first time that we actually got to see what the Vulcan half really meant. And I enjoyed that sort of species cultural building. T'Pau, obviously the echoes into Star Trek 3. And this predates Journey to Babel. Makes me wonder about Amanda. And again, I just love the everything surrounding Vulcan culture is fascinating. Obviously, the music, the development for Christine and her sort of emerging affections for Spock, and Spock balancing when he goes crazy and is like enraged and just bashes his own computer. Let me alone. Oh, it's so amazing. And also, this is an all hands on deck episode as well. So we get Uhura, Chekhov, Sulu, Scotty, Bones, like everybody's there. I think is Scotty there? Maybe Scotty's not, but just absolutely. So strike that last part from the record. But I think that this is such great world building for Star Trek in general. And that sort of emotional outburst that brought down the house, as McCoy said, just sort of humanizes, might be insulted by that, Captain, humanizes Spock to a place where I felt more kinship with him. And again, you get the Trinity, you get the big three, and fantastic. Celia Lofsky as well. Big shout out to Celia Lofsky, just for sort of embodying what it meant to be Vulcan and being exotic in accent and presentation, bringing grace and reverence to the matriarch of the Vulcan people. Loved it. It's top 3 episode of Star Trek, no matter what day of the week it's going to be. Amok Time.
Okay.
After a time, you may find that having is not so pleasing a thing after all as wanting. It is not logical, but it is often true.
You beat me at the click by like a second. Good job. I was just gonna go for that one. So PvP, what is your? Wait a minute. Okay, so PvP, you don't have much longer, right? So
I've
you
got
got to
about
give us your 3. You got to give
yeah.
us your 2. You got to give us your 1. So we're gonna give you some extra time.
Okay, great. Yeah, because
How many
I
minutes?
have to do the
Yeah,
top three and leave because I got like 8 minutes till I need to
yeah.
set up my
You
work
have to.
computer. Okay, number 3, the Doomsday Machine. This one I had to put high up on the list because it's iconic. The Planet Killer is amazing. Decker is is such a great character. At first, we sympathize with him, and then he turns into basically Captain Ahab wanting revenge on Moby Dick, and you know takes the control of the Enterprise, and there's the whole thing with Kirk over on the crippled Constellation, Scotty, basically getting the engines on they're just barely working, but and he charges that phaser banks. Well, you got one. Well, I got one charge, and he's like, Scotty, you earned your pay for the week. Like, that's an awesome line. I love. It's just such a good episode. It's just so much fun, and there is the message, of course, of the old atomic bomb thing at the end when Kirk is like, well, we used a weapon similar to those to defeat another weapon. The first time, for constructive purpose or whatever the line is. And I just think it's a great episode. I'll keep it brief though, because I want to do the top 3, and I don't want to take too long, guys.
Doing great.
Second is Amok Time. I had to put that one at number 2 because it's the only time we see Planet Vulcan in the series. We get a nice little shot of Vulcan culture. The awesome battle between Kirk and Spock is just great. The music is fantastic. Oh gosh, I'm blanking out for a second here. And the very first appearance of the Vulcan salute, which I think is a very significant thing in the episode, because it will become utilized many more times after that. So yeah,
Yes,
and
and Leonard Nimoy came up with it. Yes, definitely.
yeah, it's so cool. And the way Nimoy just kind of cuts loose, when he's in the Pon farr state. I mean, it really does say a lot about his acting, his acting ability, how he's just held back, you know, through all of season 1, playing the Vulcan, the logical, controlled Vulcan Spock, and then we see the, sort of the Pon farr, crazed, Spock, and it's like awesome performance. By him. And you guys have already pretty much summed it up well. So that's probably all I really need to say on Amok Time. So I'll go to my number 1, and my number 1 is Mirror Mirror. It's always been my favorite. I love it so much. It's so good. One of the early perhaps the first alternate universe story on television. I'm not sure on that, but it must be pretty close. It's just a fantastic episode. I mean, getting to see the Empire crew, like the evil Empire crew of our beloved characters, and how they just flip it on its head, and you know the whole scenario. I mean, you've got the Empire, basically ruling by terror and fear and suppression.
Your
They're
agonizer, Mr. Kyle.
Yeah, they're as bad as the Klingons in this, really. And the way the crew moves
No,
up by us, they move up by assassination, which I thought was brilliant. Says a lot about the culture. Um, oh, it's just so good too to see Shatner and all our regular crew, in the alternate universe, trying to cope with what happened to them, figure it out, which they do, of course. Then you've got those great moments like with Uhura and Sulu on the bridge. I mean, that is an iconic scene. I love that scene so much. And of course, Sulu with that scar, evil Sulu. And then we got evil Chekhov when he tries to assassinate Kirk. That's a brilliant sequence. And then the agony booth, yeah, that is just fabulous stuff. And what I really love the most, though, is Spock in the episode, because Spock is he's like evil universe, evil Empire Spock, but he's he's still Spock. He's still logical in the context of the situation that he has to live within. So I just love that they didn't make Spock like, super evil, or anything. They actually wrote him as Spock, just under different circumstances. So he's serving this empire, and well, there's that one scene in the hallway where Kirk and Spock have that exchange about, they would find each other formidable enemies. I love that scene. And then there's the scene at the end in the transporter room. Oh, I love the mind meld with McCoy too, by the way, before we get to the transporter room. But there's that ending, and I actually looked it up here. I got a transcript of it, of that final scene. I'll just quickly read some of it. And Kirk says, "The inevitable outcome, the Empire shall be overthrown, of course," says Spock. Kirk, "The logic of waste, Mr. Spock, the waste of lives, potential, resources, time. I submit to you that your empire is illogical because it cannot endure. I submit that you are illogical to be a willing part of it." Spock, "You have 1 minute and 23 seconds. Kirk, "If change is inevitable, predictable, beneficial, doesn't logic demand that you be a part of it?" Spock, "One man cannot summon the future." Kirk, "But one man can change the present. Be the captain of this enterprise, Mr. Spock. Find a logical reason for sparing the Hulkins. Make it stick. Push till it gives. You can defend yourself better than any man in the fleet." And then Scott, "Captain, get in the chamber." And Kirk, "What about it, Spock?" Spock, "A man must also have the power." Kirk, "In my cabin, there is a device that will make you invincible." Spock, "Indeed." Kirk, "What will it be? Past or future, tyranny or freedom? It's up to you." And then Spock, "It is time." Kirk, "In every revolution, there's one man with a vision." Spock, "Captain Kirk, I shall consider it." Man, excuse me, get a bit emotional here, but I just love that scene. To me, that scene kind of sums up Star Trek in one scene for me. So yeah, it's my number one. And oh, by the way, Spock's beard, I looked it up, and I think the type of facial beard that Spock has in this episode is called a Van Dyke, if I'm not mistaken. So I just thought I'd throw that little tidbit in there. But yeah, I just think it's a fabulous episode, and it made my number one because it has been my favorite for a number of years now. So I guess that's pretty much it, Jill. I think I probably covered it pretty well there.
Well, yeah, well done. Well done, PvP. That was a great choice. Yes, I do also appreciate that they wrote Mirror Spock to be just as logical as our Spock.
Yeah, yeah.
Even down to the point where he prefers being second in command in the Mirror universe as well as the
Well,
original.
because he's happy with his scientific duties and happy to be a lesser target.
Yeah, and that is logical.
That is Spock. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, thanks so
Great
much
choice.
for
Great
letting me.
choices, PvP.
Oh, thank you, Jill, and thanks so much for letting me do my top three because I do have to head out now because I've got about 10 minutes before work time. So it was great fun hanging out with all you guys. I'll have to watch the rest of your reviews in the rewatch, but I will definitely get some time to do that. And yeah, thanks so much, guys. It was great. Thank you, Jill, for having me on the panel. And yeah, I'll head out now. And you have a great rest of the stream, guys.
Cheers. See you later.
Cheers,
Okay.
buddy.
Yeah, have a wonderful day at work, and
Take
yes,
care.
check out the replay. We're going to share the results pretty soon.
Yeah,
Live long and prosper.
Awesome. Yes. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we'll see you, PvP.
We'll see you soon.
Okay.
And check out his channel for some playlists of music and stuff. He doesn't get content, but he has lots of playlists of music and things. And so we are still on top three.
Yeah,
correct?
number 3. Yeah.
Top 3. And so we're at Pop Culture Curator.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. Well, that one doesn't count because we had to let PvP. So we got like an extra 6 minutes at least.
My top 3, my third choice is Amok Time. And I don't know what else to add, but it's for all the other reasons that everybody mentioned. It was a great script. It added so much to the Vulcan lore. And I know it's also Linda Moy's favorite episode. But, sorry, but I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said, but thank you.
Yeah, that's understandable. I just needed enough time to put the data in my chart here. And so I got it. I got it in. I got your number, because when we get up to the number three gets 8 points.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Should we Stone Racket then? Number
Yeah,
3?
Stone Racket number 3.
Yeah,
Number
I've
3.
got something to the share screen for my number
Okay, here we go.
3. Sums it up.
Nice.
That's one of my Star Trek T-shirts.
Nice.
And so, needless to say, number 3 is Arena, and it just blew my mind as a 7-year-old, where we've got a monster, a monstrous type alien, and Kirk pitted against it, and of course we're rooting for Kirk, but then I don't really want to see anything bad happen to the guest alien, so to speak. And that beautiful ending where Kirk clearly wins. He defeats the Gorn, but he refuses to kill him. And that act of mercy is just his way of telling the Metrons telling them off. And it's so funny where the Metrons still don't quite get us. That it's like, oh, you've shown mercy. It's like, yeah, that's kind of how we're hardwired, but it's quite ironic ending, but a beautiful one. But I've always liked that episode. And so that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I agree with that. And
it's just a great episode, and it's funny that Gene L. Kuhn, he's writing away, and then their legal department goes, yeah, there's a short story called Arena written by Frederick Brown. And it's like, Kuhn's like, what? So they had to quickly get the rights to it. But yeah, he had read it years before and completely forgot and incorporated it in a brilliant script.
Yes, it was inspired by it, but he didn't realize it.
Yeah, but he does his own version of it, and I find the Gene L. Kuhn script for Arena to be superior to the actual story.
Yes, and I think that this shows the respect for life that Star Trek tries to instill.
Yes. It really affected me as a child, and it's just a wonderful episode.
So
and one of my go-to, definitely.
So let's go to the document, see what Frankel Walker picks as his third favorite episode. He chooses The Squire of Gothos.
Yay! Absolutely smashing.
Absolutely smashing.
Mikey chooses Charlie X. And Booger chooses a third season episode. He chooses The Savage Curtain.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
As number 3? Wow, that's
his number 3 episode.
Interesting.
Sean Carter chooses Balance of Terror.
Sweet.
Subcommander Tall picks Amok Time. Wes Cagle also chooses Balance of Terror. And Ivan Ivanovich chooses The Trouble with Tribbles. Oh, it's purring. All right.
I guess everybody must be saving Spock's brain for number 1.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Everybody loves McCoy doing surgery. Actually, okay. Let me see if I have any minutes. Do I have any time to talk about the chat? Let's see what the chat's doing.
Couple of teeny time.
Oh, but there's a lot of chats.
You have amok time left.
Well, I just want to thank everybody who's come to listen to our top 10. And pretty soon, when we're done with the last two, we're going to show you a chart of, we're going to see which one is the top episode among the panel. And after we see that, I'm going to input everybody who chose to use the form to choose their top 10 episodes, whomever was able to actually use it, because I know it's difficult to use. And so let's see. I'm looking through the chat right now. If you know me at all, says Yvonne. Oh, okay. You know why Whom God Destroys in my top 10. Okay.
He must like Orion women.
Well, he's a huge lover of history. I know he loves.
Oh yeah.
Really, he's a big historian, so there must be something there. Oh, West Kegel says Patterns of Force is a great episode highlighting the issue of not learning from the past, which our young needs to learn. Well, yeah, even the historian in that episode doesn't learn from the past. He's like, oh, well, maybe this is the good idea. Max Redstone says, knock, knock, who's there? Damn it. I'm a doctor, not a ring cam. I don't know what that means.
It may be too hip.
Yeah. Max Redstone, you're too cool for us.
Yeah, he's too cool for that communicator. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I think, and I hate to explain the joke, but you don't have to, knock, knock. Well, then you find out who it is from the ring cam. It's a doorbell camera.
Right.
Oh, a doorbell camera. Okay. Now I get, okay. All right. Yeah, I see. I needed too much explanation. Doomsday Machine looks like a giant joint. Something that Q might smoke.
Now you're talking.
That is actually true.
I always called it an ice cream cone.
It's just a windsock.
An evil windsock.
Ah, that's
a ganja windsock.
Gavin Blackburn, yes, an evil windsock.
Oh, DJ Plain Nice gave us a list. Let's grab that.
Nice. Yes.
City on the Edge of Forever, not tomorrow.
Okay. I gotta find it. I found it. Okay.
Yeah, number 2, he says City on the Edge of Tomorrow. It's like, he got his tomorrows mixed up.
It's okay. Well, I'll be able to.
It's all right. We know what he means.
That's the prequel.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's one. Oh, and Space Seed, Mirror. Okay, I need to grab those two as well. I want to make sure I get everybody's list because it is going to go in the chat while I input everybody else's.
DJ and I have Arena in the exact same spot.
Okay. Do we have any more? Do we have any more chats like that?
Not that I've seen.
No.
Okay. Oh, Max Runstone says amok time. Do you know what? Oh, this is the Vulcan heart. This is the Vulcan soul. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Okay.
No, but I think that might be a reference. Max Redstone, again, being too hip for the room. Is that a reference to the song by T'Pau? This is the Vulcan heart. This is the Vulcan soul. But then I lose it at the head and shoulders, knees, and toes.
No, I'm lost.
Well, there was a band called T'Pau.
No, I know. Yeah, I know who T'Pau are.
Okay, cool.
It doesn't work with the whole line, though, does it?
No, I'm trying to piece things together. Hey, Jim's here.
It's Jim.
Your name is Jim.
Jim's Landscape.
The ship out of danger.
Yep, I love
so
that. Love all that.
Okay, Mega Cropper's here saying goodbye to PvP, and lots of people saying take care of the PvP. He did a really great job listing off his top 3. And so we need to get to our top 2 now.
Number 2.
Before we run out of time.
Yeah.
And no, I appreciate everybody who is here. Every Bavel says, village on the precipice of yesteryear. Requiem for the tomorrow. Oh, everyone's doing pretend episode names.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I love that.
Outhouse on
number
the
2.
Conduit of Tomorrow. Right.
I'm getting
Number
too
2.
relaxed.
Number 2 then, Jill. Moving on from that.
Number 2.
The
Number
Sandstorm
2
is running. What's your number 2?
My number 2 is the Galileo 7.
Oh, interesting.
I love Spock. This is a pivotal character shift for Spock. He's learning how to get out of his comfort zone of pure logic, living the way he did on Vulcan. That's fine. But his pure logic so far has served the captain really well for so long. But this time, it's time for him to command. He's in command in this episode, and of course, since Spock's my favorite character, I like seeing him in the main leadership role. And it was very important for him in this episode to learn to anticipate illogic in others and value in using it himself when logical, contradictorily enough. But it also is kind of like a precursor to what we get in the motion picture, where he tries to go through Kolinahr and he's like, oh wait, no. that's the motion picture, this feeling that he needs to have in the back of his mind. Even though he's controlling it, he knows it's there, and he uses it to his advantage even when he's keeping it under wraps. It's a perfect Spock episode. I love it so much. It shows us his struggle as being seen as the other on the ship, because not everybody is wanting to listen to him here. He's treated like this on the ship, and even his friends are treating him this way. Not having the spirit of humanity in Captain Kirk to guide his logic on this mission, Spock has to figure all this out very quickly, and he does so. I just love it. And how his character evolves from this point is pivotal. It's beautiful.
It's got a good end episode Spock moment as well, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, where everybody's like laughing and he sort of raises his eyebrows in that Roger Moore fashion.
Yes.
Love it when he does that.
Yeah, me too. That's my favorite Spock episode. Even though I do love the episodes where he has to, his struggle is my favorite. And so what is your number 2 pick, Lance?
Well, it's already been mentioned more than once, so I'll try and just offer some slightly different perspectives on what it meant to me. So my number 2 is Balance of Terror. Definitely one of the first Star Trek episodes I saw as a kid. Absolutely loved it. Thought the Romulans were great. I loved the way their ship kind of looked like an eagle, had these wings painted on the side. Totally a World War II submarine, sort of stalk and hunt thing. But I don't want to repeat too much of what has been said. But I like the fact that some of the minor characters kind of were more involved in the plot, like Lieutenant Stiles, for example, the Centurion, played by character actor John Warburton, as well, who was in he was a British actor actually, who was in that episode, and he was an old British character actor. And then you had the young sort of ambitious guy who wanted to take over as well, played by Lawrence Mateen, another pretty famous character actor who, God, he's been in absolutely everything, including a fairly significant role in the film The Great Escape. But it's really good writing. I think it's being unkind to it to just say it's a straight rip off of The Enemy Below, because it's really good Trek as well. And I guess as a kid, I was very much into kind of my World War II films, so it did feel like a bit of a war episode. But I think there's a lot of Trek in it as well. I like the cat and mouse nature of the battle between the two ships, and also the different types of technology and how they have to outrun that plasma weapon. It's kind of cool. Something that we brought into our Star Trek space battle game, that you could try and outrun it and it would do less damage. So yeah, really good, solid episode. And as others have said, it introduces you to the Romulans. And the Romulans, by the way, are my favorite aliens in Star Trek. They've always been my favorite aliens. I always liked them more than the Klingons, because they seem that kind of bit more duplicitous, and it's harder to pin down the Romulans, what they're up to. I like that about them. So yeah, that's my number 2. So over to Scotty.
Great choice, man. Absolutely.
I agree. And you also
my number
have
2.
Kirk, you also have Kirk.
Oh,
he's at the altar, and he's comforting the bride and
Angela Martin.
Angela, yeah. And so it shows he cares about his crew.
Yeah. Barbara Baldwin played Badavin. Yeah. We only lost her. She only passed away a few weeks ago. At the end of March. Yeah, she passed away like 3 weeks ago.
Oh yeah, I remember.
So yeah, but good innings. So yeah. There we go. All right.
Before I get to my number 2, I do want to say hello to Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs.
Oh, hi, Courtney. Thank you, Scotty. Oh, don't worry about that.
But my number 2 is Devil in the Dark. I know a lot has been said about Devil in the Dark so far. No Kill Eye, that incredible mind meld. Don't judge a book by its cover. Just because it looks like a monster doesn't necessarily mean that it's malevolent, and ultimately coming to assist in the aid of that particular mining colony and the Federation. And so I do, for every reason that everyone else has said, performances, special effects, theme, tone, story, resolution, the whole kit and caboodle. Love it. So big ups to The Devil in the Dark, number 2.
Mama Horta.
I love that answer.
Well, I got a lot to build on, so that was nice.
Yeah, right. Do it well. It was well done. Pop culture curator, what's your number 2?
My number 2 is Arena. For all the reasons mentioned before, I don't know what to say that hasn't been already said, but it's a great episode, great standout. Shot on location. I always prefer the location shoots more than the studio and the sound stage. But I don't know what to say that hasn't already been said, but thank you.
Pop, I wanted to ask you, when you visited Vasquez Rocks, did you go up to where Kirk was, and did you drop a rock down like he did?
I did go up. I did throw a rock, but not quite as big, of course.
Not quite as big.
Smart.
But yes, I walked around the park several times, revisited a lot of the scenes and sets, locations. Shut up, Pooch. But thank you.
Your dog wants to revisit Vasquez, it seems like.
Yes.
Oh, no.
No, now I'm picturing the puppy with the little Gorn outfit. I don't know. Probably would hate it. So, Spoon Rocket.
Number 2. Number 2 is Amok Time, which is a brilliant episode written by the great Theodore Sturgeon.
Teddy!
I was waiting for that. Great. And it's just superb all around. brilliant performances, and it's just wonderful with the Vulcan lore, and a wonderful ending. And it's just it's so cleverly done, and I just can't say enough about it. It's just one of my go-to episodes. I love showing that episode to other people that aren't quite that familiar with Star Trek. I know when I had my nieces over, I said, would you like to see a Star Trek episode concerning Vulcan marriage? They all went, "Oh, that sounds interesting." So I did show that one. But yeah, it's a classic, and what a way to kick off the second season of Star Trek. That was the premiere
the first
episode.
Broadcast order.
Yeah, that was the first broadcast. Yeah, and I was lucky enough to see it, so it's one of the few from the second year, because, as we all know, the second year they switched to Fridays. It was earlier in the evening, but it went to Fridays, and my papa owned the TV set on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Yeah, he was gone. He was gone Monday through Friday. So, when Star Trek's first season was on Thursday evenings, I was able to see all of the first season, and or pretty much all of the first season. But yeah, the second season was hit and miss, and third season even worse. So, but anyway,
right, because you got it. It was past your bedtime. Third season.
No, it wasn't past my bedtime. It was a Friday. It was the fact that my father wouldn't let us watch what we wanted to watch on Fridays, Saturdays, or Sundays.
The weekend is the time you're supposed to have fun.
The weekend is Papa time. I want to do what I want to do. By golly, and my father got his way all the time.
Oh yeah, that makes sense actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so that concludes our top 2 episodes.
Man, we're on number 1.
Number 1.
We're going to be on number 1 in just a second, but I got to read. Franco Walker's number 2 is The Trouble with Tribbles. Mikey chooses The Naked Time.
What?
I'll save you, fair maiden.
Sorry, neither.
Sorry, neither. Yeah.
Thank you. Then Booker gives number 2 to Day of the Dove, another season 3 episode. Wow.
Klingons.
But I do like that one. That's a good
Klingons.
Yes, the idea of an honorable Klingon is
an honorable Klingon. Michael Anzera as now I forgot his name. Oh dear.
Kang.
Oh, it's Kang. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Kang. For some reason, I was thinking Christopher Plummer was Kang. It's like, no. Yeah, Kang. How could I forget? Not yet.
Sean Carter is number 2 is The Menagerie, parts 1 and 2.
Sweet.
Sub-Commander Tall chooses The City on the Edge of Forever. Wes Cagle picks The Naked Time, also. Just the same as Mike. Then Ivan Ivanovich chooses The Balance of Terror. So now we can move on to number 1. After did I miss anything in the chat that I need to?
I don't think so.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I have the Galileo 7 on my list. I ranked it low. That's okay. That's okay. I love it a lot, and it's so good.
Yeah, I got a beef against that episode because NBC wouldn't let them show what those creatures look like.
That's true. That's true. And
yeah, it's like, oh, come
impaling.
on. Now, what on your review did you show the picture of what they look like?
Yeah, we did. We did.
Sweet.
We definitely did.
Sweet.
I love that episode so much.
I just wish we had seen what those things look like, because they were really cool.
Actually, I think somebody sent it in during the show.
Sweet.
Okay.
I'm looking that up right now.
Yeah.
James Caserta says Day of the Dove is both awesome and important as well. Thank you, James Caserta.
Yeah, as far as the Klingon lore, and like you said, Jill, the honorable Klingon. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not fully developed or anything, but just
it's there.
The idea.
Yeah.
And so we're on number 1. Let me restart my timer.
Who is number 1? Oh, sorry.
Those creatures are cool, man.
Well, my number 1 for a long time now has been Devil in the Dark.
Ah.
Because every bit of my heart and soul that loves Star Trek is in this episode, is what I saw when I first watched this one. And it gave me even more reasons to keep watching. And it gives you the core message of the entire franchise as a whole, as far as I'm concerned, especially not judging by appearances alone. You guys already said it. The monster wasn't the Horda in this episode. She was just another.
It was Ed Appel with that club. No.
Yeah, it was the mob. It was the danger
mob.
of the mob mentality.
Yeah.
Just because you're human, don't expect that you're the hero all of the time. Respecting other life forms. That's Star Trek. It's so simple. And humanity can come in any form. It can even look like a lump of space lasagna or pizza.
Or space pizza.
Whichever the Italian food that you want the Horda to be.
Yeah. There's so many shining moments for the big 3 in that episode.
Yeah, and
wonderful.
And it has another thing that I love about Star Trek is where you say, "Hey, okay, you're killing us, but can we talk? What's going on? Clearly, you're intelligent, so let's see what you have to say." And we did, and we got of course, the Horda communicating with no Kilai, and of course, this is another great moment for Spock with the mind meld to communicate, to hear what she has to say. She's the only lady in the episode, and I'm okay with this because she's the best.
That's a great use of the mind meld, and we can thank Leonard Nimoy for the mind meld. Right? Mm-hmm. What was the first episode that he used the mind meld where Leonard Nimoy came up with that as a better way to improve the script?
Mind?
Yeah,
you got it. Dagger of the Mind. Yep.
Okay.
100 points for Jill.
You throw that trivia at me.
Have a cookie.
And 100 points and a cookie.
Well, the Horda is also very smart, and just after that one mind meld, she knows how to write in our language. That is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And she can steal that device, that important device.
Yeah,
he has to make a
reactor pump. She knew exactly what to take.
Yeah, I can't explain how she did that.
The altar of tomorrow, the chamber of the ages, cry for the children.
Mm-hmm.
Just those lines are burned into my head. It's like no kill eye.
Well, and Arthur Clarke says, and I love the fact that Arthur Clarke says this is the only episode of Star Trek he remembers.
Oh.
And he said it impressed me because it presented the idea unusual in science fiction then and now, that something weird and even dangerous need not be malevolent.
Yeah.
That is a lesson that many of today's politicians have yet to learn.
Definitely.
Should I jump onto mine?
Yes. Oh, I actually did say something. I said that's my number 1. And Lance, what do you choose? I think
it was cut out. Well, if you could share this picture for me, I'll elaborate further. So, my number one is the Corbinite maneuver, which I still think is the best. It's so funny. Me and Scotty have had so many at the same place. So, I mean, it's funny as well because this alien always appeared on the end credits of Star Trek, right?
And, not always.
No, well, for season 1. And let me rephrase then. It appeared frequently on the end credits, but I hadn't seen that episode, and I remember as a kid being like, where's the episode with this cool looking alien? I want to see this episode. And I did see it in the 70s. It wasn't one of the first I saw, but I did see it. And I just remember like the episode really really encapsulating me. It really had my attention like the whole way through, because first of all, there's one strange mystery with this weird cube thing. Then we get an even bigger ship. It's a bit like the Russian doll kind of thing. But the core message of this episode, which I think is I also think is at the core message of Star Trek, and I guess you could say this applies to the Devil in the Dark as well, is that the life that we're going to encounter and the aliens that we're going to meet are going to be just as scared of us as we're scared of them. And this whole episode is built around that premise that this race has to, kind of build something else that's intimidating because they're worried about how they may be perceived or so on. So it's their defense mechanism on the one hand. But I just really liked it. I still think it's really great, holds up really well. I prefer the old special effects to the new ones that they've added on the DVD for this particular episode as well. Just like the way that they look. And then of course you got Clint Howard playing the strange man baby at the end, Ron Howard's brother. It was kind of a really weird ending that really creeped me out when I watched it. And I was very young when I saw this episode, but at the same time, it was kind of a cool twist that really stayed with me. And I really liked the main alien ball ship as well. The design of it is very, very cool. I've got a picture of that here, and that's for me. This has got a bit of everything, because the opening line of Star Trek is, it's 5-year mission to seek out new life and new civilization. So this was about discovering a new life, working out exactly what it is, what was it trying to say, and the problems with two races meeting and communicating, but getting past that and then ending on a positive message. That again encapsulated everything that I wanted out of a Star Trek episode. So yeah, Corbinite Maneuver, my number one for Star Trek, the original.
That's the remastered effects there.
It is, unfortunately, that IMDb has got. But
I kind of like the remastered, but there is a charm to the original. And in fact, just last night I watched this episode with the original effects.
There's another reason, of course, to like this episode, and that is Yeoman Rand is in it. And as a young boy, I had very strange feelings whenever she came to the screen. That I could not decipher, but would become more apparent to me as I got older. There's Clint Howard, but yeah, I love this alien as well. I was kind of really disappointed that this alien wasn't real, but thought that was a very cool ruse.
You recognize the panel behind him?
Let's go back.
That's in Scotty's engineering. It's like what's that doing there?
Well, this pretend alien made me feel like Blaylock was a little bit like the Wizard of Oz, trying to put on a different front.
Yeah. There was a bit of that in this episode, but it just it was great. It kept me on the edge of my seat, and
Rand didn't do nothing. She was industrious. She uses her phaser to make coffee.
Yep, she served salad, and she improvised to heat up some coffee with a hand phaser.
I thought this actor as well, Anthony Cole, did a good job in the supporting role
as Bailey.
Yeah,
you must represent Earth's best then.
Very interesting game, this poker.
Yeah, that's my.
I love that. There's just so many brilliant bits of dialogue. It's just wonderful.
That's my number one, and I'll hand over to Scotty, who I've had many in common with on this list.
No, I appreciate it. I'm in good company because I agree with you wholeheartedly, and you guys just took all of my points. So yeah, my number one is the Corbomite maneuver. Oh wait, no, I do have one more. People doing their jobs. Love it. People not being mean. People trying to help and correct other people. Starfleet helping each other. One of the, as you mentioned in your number 10 Stone Racket, this is a foundational episode of the original
Indeed.
series. And just the way that people are conducting themselves. And Bailey is sort of the audience surrogate to be like, wouldn't you be freaking out if all of this was happening? And everyone's just like, calm down. Maybe you're a little over your head, but work it through. And then even when Bailey's like, and he started a countdown. I love it. Sulu's in there. Everybody's just doing a great job. And it does just, this feels like Star Trek when I watch it. And I adore it. And it is my number one, the Corbomite maneuver. And also they reference it again in the Enterprise incident. Deadly
Years. Yeah.
Yeah. So I do like it and maintaining continuity. Love it. Number one.
Yes, that's the instance of Kirk taking a risk and succeeding. It's awesome. Agreed. Pop culture curator, what is your number one Star Trek episode?
My number one episode, for reasons that everybody has stated several times before, is the Doomsday Machine.
Oh.
The casting, the acting, the pacing of the plot. I do prefer the original effects over the remaster. But it's a great episode. I love William Wyndham in it. And the music especially. I even had the CD soundtrack. But thank you, Jill, for letting me have my opinion today.
Of course. I'm glad to hear it.
Hey, Pop, yes, say Kirk's line, Matt, there is no third planet.
Don't you think I know that?
No. Oh, no. I asked you to say Kirk's line. Okay. Yeah, never mind.
Sorry.
That's okay. Doomsday Machine, and I like the remastered effects. Don't hate me. My number one episode is Balance of Terror.
Yeah,
and it's I can still remember watching it as a child, being totally enthralled and drawn into it. It's definitely no question about it. It's always going to be my number one Star Trek episode. It's loosely based on The Enemy Below, a German U-boat commander versus an American commander on a destroyer. American commander played by Robert Mitchum, and the U-boat commander played by Kurt Jurgens. It's a brilliant movie. I highly recommend it. But Balance of Terror is its own thing. And I like how it establishes the Romulans. And again, as mentioned previously, the cat and mouse, the use of the comet's tail, just brilliant. I just love that whole sequence. And there's just so many good things with Styles and confronting bigotry and how Kirk handles that, and as a starship commander. And I really liked all it. I showed it to one of my good friends, and he thought it was there was too much in the episode, and I don't agree at all. I love all the little side plots, and with the young almost married couple and the tragedy involved with that. I didn't think that was adding too much to this brilliant episode.
Oh, it made it more personal. It made it more. You felt like the crew was in danger.
Oh yeah, and I loved the ending where Angela's at the chapel, and Kirk tries to comfort her, and it's just, he has so much to do in this episode, and he's just, Kirk is the greatest starship commander. I just think this episode proves that, and then some, in my humble opinion. but it's my go-to episode, number 1 for sure.
Amazing. Wonderful. You guys, we did it. Top 10 Star Trek.
Yay!
Woo! Wow.
Can I share something about Baylock?
Sure.
The puppet.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really look like a puppet. It looks like it doesn't really have a mouth that moves when we actually see it. But Gene Roddenberry played a gag on Gene L. Kuhn. Gene L. Kuhn needed a break, and he was flying to Hawaii with his wife, and Roddenberry arranged with the airline to have the seat next to the couple, the Kuhns, sitting Gene L. Kuhn and his wife. I can't think of his wife's name, but Baylock, the dummy puppet, was sitting there waiting for him when they aborted the plane.
Oh my God, I hadn't heard that story.
And if you notice on the end credits, when it does show Baylock at the end, whose credit is over Baylock? It's always Herb Solo.
Herb Solo.
And they did that as a joke. And it also, they showed Herb Solo's credit over Vina as the Green Orion woman. So they would do that just to rib Herbert Solo, the head of production at Desilu. So I thought that it's like hubba hubba sometimes, and then it's Baylock again.
Well, there you go. That's awesome. Also, in our document, we have Frankel Walker, who's like me. He has The Devil in the Dark as his number 1.
Oh,
awesome.
Cool.
It's amazing, Franco. Mikey chooses Mud's Women for his number 1.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. And Booger chooses Errand of Mercy. But Sean Carter is like you, Scotty, and Lance. He chooses the Corbomite maneuver.
Oh, good choice.
Cool.
And then Sub-Commander Tall chooses This Side of Paradise for his number 1. Ooh.
Oh, wow. A lovey-dovey episode.
Yes. Well, I love too.
It's such a good
story. It's a good hippie episode.
Yeah, it indicts the hippie movement, but it's done so well. I don't know. I really like that episode, but it's not in my top 10.
It reminds me of It reminds me of an episode of South Park where they're talking about marijuana, and it's like, it's not that marijuana is bad, it's just that it makes you feel good about being lazy. It robs you of your ambition, and that's how this was like the don't do kids drugs, or don't do drugs, kids. Like,
you got it right the first time.
Yeah, I did, exactly. This will make you lazy, and you'll just sit around staring at clouds and giggling. And there is more. You can't. Maybe we're not meant to traipse to the loot, to quote an Adonais.
Poetry, Captain, non-regulation. And that leads to that wonderful closing line. Yeah, This Side of Paradise is on my top 25 list, is resting at number 15.
Wes Cagle gives his number 1 to Day of the Dove, and Ivan Ivanovich gives it to Mirror Mirror.
Oh,
great list, everybody.
Yeah.
And also, I forgot to read DJ Play Nice's entire list because he wasn't on the document, so I forgot. So I'm going to read all of DJ Play Nice's list. He had, at number 10, he had Mirror Mirror. 9, Space Seed. 8, Where No Man Has Gone Before. 7, Tholian Web. 6, Spectre of the Gun. 5, All Our Yesterdays. Hey, somebody else loves All Our Yesterdays, Lance. There you go.
Where's Library?
4, The Enemy Within. 3, Arena. 2, City on the Edge of Forever. Tomorrow. And number 1, The Trouble with Tribbles. Oh, that used to be my number 1. Oh, what a nice list, DJ Play Nice. And so now I'm going to show you guys what the results are for the panel before I input the chat's responses. So I'm going to share my screen. It takes just a moment for things to pop up. So this is what I was typing on this whole time. Everybody was saying what their thing was. Since you see here, Carbonite Maneuver was Scotty's favorite, so the episode gets 10 points. Okay, good. Thank you, thank you, Lance, for keeping up with that. And we made it. We did a good job, I think, with the time. And so I got all the episodes have their results. Here's all the episodes.
Wow,
but you can't see it.
Let me enlarge that on my screen. Oh my god.
You can't read it. Don't worry. Well, you can.
I can read it. Looks like Balance of Terror is the victor.
Balance of Terror is the victor with 46 points.
Wow.
But let's look at the top 10. Oh, and I guess
according to our biological and technological distinctiveness, let's add it to the list.
Yes, according to the panel, number 1 is Balance of Terror, but we can look at the top 10 right here.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Wow.
And so we've got Balance of Terror.
And then a mock time.
At 46.
My number 1, number 2.
Doomsday Machine at 31.
Boo.
And Devil in the Dark did better than I thought. 29. I'm so happy. That makes me really happy. Arena got 22. Carbonite Maneuver is still on the board at 21. But no, this can all change in a little bit once I input the data from the chat. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it changes.
Yeah,
so
forget the chat.
People love Doomsday Machine. I'm just being catty.
I like. Yeah, I was wondering why you're booing at that, but that's you're being catty.
Well, no, it's just it's in my top 10 or top 20, but not in my top 10. I find it to be a little just surface level action show, which is fun, totally fun, but I would put it on par with like Gamesters of Triskelion.
Oh no!
Way!
Boo hiss!
That I don't agree with that.
No, that's fine, but that's why we all got to come to the table and have our own top 10s. I'm not asking you to change yours. I'm just giving you my opinion about it.
Oh, I'm asking you to change your. No. What am I asking? No, it's okay, Scotty. It's.
Wasn't asking.
No, I'm just saying that I'm just kidding around.
But I took a screenshot of this because this is going to change in a little bit. We're going. Okay. This is these are the panel's choices.
I don't want it to change. I like it the way it is. No, go for it, Jill.
Mirror 19, Menagerie 16, Spacey 13, and City on the Edge of Forever is just barely there with 11.
Oh,
seven of my choices made it onto that list, so I'm happy with it.
And that's a funny thing is that I enjoy City on the Edge of Forever, but it's not in my top 10.
You know, it's a weird thing. We all had all of the top 27.
Like there are people, I'm certain of it, and you'd be crazy not to say so. But like for me to put Spectre of the Gun above it, City on the Edge of Forever, does show that I'm a little touched in the head. But I enjoy it that way.
Well, it's your personal choice, so it's you go for it. You go for it and say, hey, I like Spectre of the Gun, and I like it better than X, Y, and Z. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's the fun.
I was interesting seeing all the in the top 10 people picking third season choices. I found that fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, definitely. So now I'm going to input all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
While you guys talk about your honorable mentions or whatever you want to talk about. So
I think Scotty likes creepy cowboys. That's why. Spectre of the Gun is.
I'm not the only one.
I do like that episode actually. I do think.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite of the third season, but it doesn't make my top 25. I stick with first and second season episodes for my top 25.
It's funny how that was originally written to be shot on the Paramount backlot.
I wish it had been, but then again, we wouldn't have gotten that surrealistic.
Yeah,
I like the way they handled it.
I think it's better that because all they were allowed to do was basically lift off the interchangeable shop fronts and then make them freestanding in a studio. It just gave it that kind of, because the aliens were supposed to have constructed what we were seeing. It kind of gave it that sort of surreal. They could only partially construct it from his memory. I kind of thought that worked.
Yeah, it did. It was nice and creepy.
But when it comes
I'm going to appear absent from the stream so I can input all of this.
Yeah, honorable mentions real quick for me. Number 11, Charlie X. Number 12, Space Seed. Number 13, The Trouble with Tribbles. Number 14, Mirror Mirror. Number 15, This Side of Paradise.
Well, I had a discussion with Jill before we went live, which was the episode that stuck with me in terms of creepy terms for a long time, which I rewatched yesterday to see if I wanted to put it in the top 10, was actually And Children Shall Lead from season 2. It's not. I mean, it's not a. It's not a. It's a better idea than the sum of its parts, shall we say? But it could have been a lot better than it was. But it was just the kids, and I was telling Jill that was the first time as a child I'd ever seen a grave, and I actually the reason I remembered the episode was I asked my dad, when it cut to the shots of the graves towards the end of the episode, I didn't actually understand what I was seeing, and I said to my dad, "What's that?" And he said, "Oh, that's where the children's parents are buried." And then I think that I might be wrong, but that might have been the moment where it led on to that awful question that every adult dreads their child asking: "What happens to you when you die, Dad?" So I think that episode, the creepy kids in it, and that stuck with me for a long time. Watching it now, it's okay, but it's pretty weak compared to the great stuff.
But that takes you back to that moment.
Yeah. I remember watching that episode quite clearly in my head. I've got a very specific memory of that, and Balance of Terror, like you say, that really stays with you. That one.
I can every time I watch that, I flash back to how I felt as a kid watching it. It was just, I was totally absorbed into it.
Yeah, I was annoyed there wasn't a Romulan toy ship.
Well, there was an AMT model kit of the Romulan bird of prey.
Ah, okay. Well, there was no toy kit, toy sort of like.
Yeah, it deserves to be revisited with toys. Doggone it.
Well, I've got a few of them now. I think I've got.
Yeah, it's the original bird of prey. But for me, the nice creepy episode was the very first one that they broadcast in the States here, and that was the Man Trap.
Right.
Yeah, that's a nice creepy creature.
But indefinitely, for The World is Hollow and I've Touched the Sky, I want to put in there. The Ultimate Computer is an honorable mention. Tribbles, obviously. What did I have? Piece of the Action was up there. Enterprise Incident, just incredible episodes. And that's why I said right off the top, it's like killing your darlings, because when you look back, I understand how people don't like Patterns of Force, but I can understand how it is sort of like in the original series. It was like, so which one did you like, when Kirk fought the giant lizard, or when they went to the Nazi planet, or did you like the Roman planet? What's your, oh no, I like the one where the rock monster brings Abraham Lincoln back to life. And so these are all just sort of like fun things. And as Jill mentioned with Bird of Prey 5, it's the original series. I'm going to watch all of these again. And I'll even watch Alternative Factor. I will watch Way to Eden, just because it's like, oh yeah, no, this is kind of fun. Whether I be vacuuming, if it doesn't have 100% of my attention, it's still like my favorite television show. So,
I mean, you have the Blu-rays, don't you, Scotty?
Oh, for sure.
And then, so when you watch The Way to Eden, you can always fast forward through the musical interludes that you love so much.
No, that's when I'll go to the bathroom. or get a
Okay.
snack or something.
Or get a
But no,
snack. Yeah.
But with the Blu-rays, like this time, it's been such a fun time going through in production order and checking out with the remastered special effects. But obviously, on the next go through, it'll be broadcast order and it'll be original special effects as the people saw them in an original run, and that's going to be a great adventure as well.
Yeah, I've seen those episodes so many times with the original effects, but that's what I've been doing of late, is just going with the original. And like I mentioned last night, I watched Corbomite Maneuver with the original effects, and it's been many years since I've watched it with the original effects. So that was a treat.
Yeah.
Nice to see Cash Flow hustle.
I actually do 20 per season, and then my top 5 worst or top 6 worst. Oh.
Does that like leave 5 episodes out? I don't know the math. I was told there'd be no math. But
actually, while we're waiting for Jill, what's our least favorite episode of the original series?
Alternative Factor.
Alternative Factor for you? I'm trying to think what would mine be. I don't know. I can't remember much about the Alternative Factor. I'm trying to.
That's exactly why.
Yeah, probably.
Well, there's this Lazarus A and this Lazarus B, and Vasquez rocks and Lazarus falling off of them, and the funny little Jetsons ship that he has, and he wants to steal. He wants to steal the dilithium crystals from the Enterprise to power up his little Jetson, whatever you want to call it, trans-dimensional thing.
The little pod ship.
Yeah.
That's season 3, right?
Season 1.
Oh, is it season 1?
Yeah. It's the worst of the first season, most definitely. If we want to go by a worst of each season. And then the worst for the second season for me, I have to think about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the third season, it's probably for me, And the Children Shall Lead. It's my least favorite from the third year.
Spock's Brain is a strong contender.
Yeah, it's Spock's Brain, The Way to Eden, and The Children Shall Lead are the three biggies. The Empath isn't so red hot either. I can name off. What was that?
I was taken aback by revisiting because I've always been of a low opinion of the Empath, and then rewatching it, it did rise in my opinion.
Yeah, I have to rewatch it. I haven't watched it in so long, so I do need to rewatch that one. But I just remember not taking to that one at all. But I need to revisit it. I did it for The Way to Eden. So
yeah. Oh, but that's and as Lance said, they're just going through. There's still a couple. Like if you still have holes in your knowledge and you're still checking out and seeing, like, oh yeah, this is one that I haven't seen before. Like Lights of Zatar was one where I was I had never seen it front to back.
Oh, okay. Because until I rewatched it for the live stream, I hadn't watched that in more than almost 30 years.
Yeah, I watched that yesterday, and I like you, Scotty. I can recall seeing some bits of it, but I can't recall watching it all the way through. I feel like as a kid, I caught maybe I caught the beginning and then dinner was served, or I caught the ending and missed the beginning.
Scotty and Lance, that Lights of Zatar needed more lamb chop, right?
That's right.
Yeah, meat.
No, I mean Sherry Lewis and her puppet. Yeah, I think it would have been better if she had been the female lead in that.
I
don't know.
Complete agreement. I think it would have been a far more interesting episode had it been Sherry Lewis.
Yeah, I agree.
But Jan Shuton was the female.
Yes.
With the cold sore in some shots.
The ill-fated Scotty love interest.
Yeah, the ill-fated. She doesn't croak, so that's good.
Yes.
I guess you get to pick up on those things when it's a DVD resolution.
When it's HD, you start.
Yeah, when it's HD, it hits you in the head like a hammer.
Blu-ray, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't conceal anything, and of course it wasn't filmed with those.
Booger
needs.
414 says alternative factor is like the poor man's last battlefield. Yeah, let that be your last battlefield is miles better than alternative factor.
For sure.
Yeah.
And then Cash Flow Hustle and West Cagle are both in agreement. Cash Flow Hustle says, I like Spock's brain and always have. And West Cagle follows up with, I always liked Spock's brain. There must be something wrong with me. Nothing at all. I think it's
No,
iconic.
I mean, there's some that really, they just say, hey, it's Star Trek campy episode, you know, but that's another one I need to revisit. I haven't watched it since 1970.
Wow.
Because it's basically, that's one of the episodes I did not see when it was originally broadcast. And then when it was originally syndicated in 1970, in my area, you know, I caught up on all the ones I hadn't watched. And that was one that was like, what? Plato's Stepchildren was another one. I'll never forget my older brother and I with our, you know, our mouths agape and like disbelief, like, what the heck's going on with our show here?
What was the episode where you had it might have been that one where you had the kind of, was it like a troop of sort of alien singers, and somebody had a really big weird guitar?
That's like The Way to Eden.
The way, that's it. Yeah, The Way to Eden.
That's the space hippies.
Yeah, the space hippies.
Instead of Timothy Leary, it's Dr. Severin. Skip Homier with the funny cauliflower ears.
You've got a young Charles Napier in there.
Yeah, Charles Napier, right? You got it.
Yeah, that episode was pants. I'm sorry, that's not.
Yeah, that was painful.
Yeah,
it was painful to witness that the first time when it was in syndication, and it's basically it was like, oh, that episode's on again. I'll watch something different. So
yeah, because it's the Enterprise is hijacked by a hippie group.
Yeah,
obsessed with finding a mythical paradise.
Yeah, that crazy auxiliary control room, which it's like, no, the auxiliary control room cannot take over the bridge controls. It's an auxiliary room. It's like, I hate that trope. It just drives me nuts.
Mm. Yeah, well, it felt like hippies had kidnapped the script more like.
Yeah. I mean, they wanted to, you know, hey, you know, we want to address the hippie movement, and we got a lot of young people watching the show, and the demographics show the college kids love Star Trek.
Yeah.
And so they, you know, but the thing is, it indicts the hippie movement a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like it kind of tries to have it both ways, but I think it fails on both. But anyway.
Well, Gavin Blackburn in the chat also sort of commenting on the upgrades to the presentation that we can have when watching the original series. I remember the first time I saw Trek in HD, and you could see the stuntmen in most scenes as you couldn't tell watching on a portable 14-inch television, which is
indeed.
For sure.
Yeah,
like that's, and I appreciate the remaster for the special effects. And I know Pop Culture Curator has commented a couple times, and it's some of the shots of the Enterprise, and as you mentioned, Lance, just in terms of it being much more effective for the Doomsday Machine to be a practical effect as opposed to the CGI. I think that there are benefits and detriments to the upgrade.
Definitely.
The shots of the Klingon ships in the various Klingon episodes are great, and they've made them look like the old D7s. They're not, you know, they haven't done anything flash with them. They still look very old, but they've just done shots so you can see them properly, which is good, and shots of damaged ships and things and the polished Enterprise stuff is all fine. It's the alien stuff that you know, the actual proper alien stuff like weird cubes and gas clouds and that sort of stuff. Some of that stuff, when they fiddle with it, because the effects that they use for a lot of those things were actually really inventive, and because they haven't been used much since, they you know, they're very of their time, but they're also quite unique. We haven't seen like the ball effect in the Corbinite maneuver for the alien ship. I've never seen that particular effect used anywhere else for an alien ship. I thought it looked really good, and it's I just you know, when they we'll just replace that shot with CGI. Well, do you really need to replace that one? That one can probably stay in there, can't it? I guess I'm going to have to edit what effects I want, and
Okay, there you go.
got to do a re-edit where you've got a mixture of.
What was cool for me with the show when it came back into syndication in our area in the early 80s was it was at that time you could call that the first remastering because they stopped using 16 millimeter prints for the syndicated Star Trek and they went to videotape.
Right.
And it made an incredible difference because the colors really popped on my Sony Trinitron when I was watching the series on the most likely 3/4 inch videotape for the syndicate, but it was really crystal clear prints, you know, struck from the 35 millimeter prints, but it was still with the original effects, of course. But it was nice to see that on my Sony Trinitron in the early 80s.
By the way, we are not sponsored by Sony.
Definitely not.
I think
I do like.
Sorry,
I do like Reluctant Dragon in the chat saying in defense of Plato's Stepchildren, it has a high Barbara Babcock index. Yes.
Yes. She's lovely.
That's the only reason.
She's lovely.
Although Alexander, he's a very engaging performance, but no, that's probably I forgot about Plato's Stepchildren and curse you for reminding me.
Yeah, Barbara Babcock and can't think of his name.
But that is the episode with the kiss.
Yes.
First interracial kiss on American television. And
lauded to be such, but not actually.
Yeah.
I forget who actually holds that title, and it may be on the Lieutenant. I'm not sure. Gene Roddenberry's previous.
It's a much debated topic, according to Wikipedia, which is obviously an accurate source for all things.
I know it involved Sammy Davis Jr. on some variety show or some special where he kissed can't think of who it was. Nancy Sinatra.
O'Connor.
Probably Nancy Sinatra.
Well, the
but I know ABC when their answer to Ed Sullivan was the Hollywood Palace, and Harry Belafonte and Petunia Clark were singing a duet, and they held hands. And ABC was a little nervous. They went, "No, go with it," and they aired it anyway. And that was like back in '65. But yeah, the first interracial kiss I think involved Nancy Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr.
According to this, it's on the Ed Sullivan show between William Shatner, funnily enough, kisses France Nguyen, originally from France of Asian.
Oh yeah, they were doing a scene from The World of Susie Wong.
That's right, yeah,
and that is available on YouTube. And that was from 57, 58.
And the broadcast of the Nancy Sinatra, Sammy Davis was December 67, but the broadcast of Mirror, Mirror, which also had an sort of interracial kiss, that was on October 67. And then it was 1968 when we had Plato's
Radio.
So maybe it was the first television kiss of a white man with a black woman rather than interracial, which is a more broader term.
You got it.
Or African American, as you say in the States.
Yeah.
But that's the interesting thing about Plato's stepchildren. Actually, it's the only interesting thing about Plato's stepchildren is that you do ultimately start talking about the first interracial kiss. Aside from that, you get Shatner as a horse, you get Nimoy dancing, doing step dancing around Kirk's head. Like, it's all just bad miming and people wincing from infection. And Barbara Babcock is the reason that I tune in.
It's quite funny that Shatner claims, my lips did not touch those of Nichelle Nichols. However, she asserted the kiss was real. I just like, really? I'm sure his lips must have touched hers. Like, that would be pretty difficult not to, because I can picture that kiss quite vividly.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's a full-on smooch.
Well, and if the lips never touched, it's technically not a kiss.
Yeah, the angle, you can't tell, and that's how they played it. I mean, that's how the network wanted it. You can't really tell. It's just ridiculous how uptight everybody was back then. And the thing is, NBC was the one that was leading the way with having like with I Spy, you know, that had a black co-star. And then yeah, well, I didn't want to mention but that's true. And Sheldon Leonard,
get you mad.
Sheldon, well, you know, it's just mentioning what Cosby's
acknowledging reality is not a malfeasance.
Yeah, but yeah, Robert Culp and Bill Cosby on Sheldon Leonard's production of I Spy. So Sheldon Leonard, we can thank him for that. And then of course NBC with Julia with Diane Carroll in '68. So you'd think they wouldn't be so nervous about an interracial kiss, but hokey smokes, I don't know.
Of its era.
Yeah.
Its era. Booger in the chat says, is the auxiliary control room any different than TNG's battle bridge?
Yes.
How so?
Because one's a battle bridge and one's an auxiliary control.
Well, no, but like you said that auxiliary control can't control the bridge, but in Doomsday Machine, auxiliary control does control the ship, which overrides the bridge.
Well, that's because everything's so broken up. And
the capability still stands.
But they weren't controlling anything from the bridge on the Constellation.
I don't even know if it was still there, but
yeah, I think you're right. I think it was destroyed.
Yeah, I was going to say, does Pop have an opinion on what's accessible from the auxiliary bridge? He may have.
If I remember right, they said that the bridge was uninhabitable because it was destroyed.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can still control bridge function.
Yeah.
If they would have worn a spacesuit, they could have worn a spacesuit.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, guys, I had to take my headphones off to get it done as fast as possible. When I do this for your channel, Lance, I will have it more automated. I had to input everything manually because I didn't have time to computer program it, but I will have it to where people can vote in the. I'll have it looking better too.
No worries.
For Deep Space Nine, but oh my God. There are 143 chats, but that means you guys were doing a great job talking without me.
We've been bouncing around.
I can't wait to listen to it.
It's mainly us talking about Nichelle Nichols smooching.
Oh,
and so on. Wow, big
Gene?
Got there now. Okay, so Balance of Terror is still number one, right? Right?
Balance of Terror is still number one.
I'm not surprised because that was, I was back and forth on that with should I be that or
yeah. And Amok Time is number 2, just like
it's
on my
still
list.
number 2.
Yay.
Mm-hmm. And Devil in the Dark actually moved up.
Yeah.
It's number 3 now.
Number 3.
And City on the Edge of Forever is on its tail. It was City on the Edge of Forever was like at dead last with the panel. But with a few more added folks who used the forum or put their top 10 in the chat, brought it up to number 4. And Corbin Might Maneuver number 5. Then Doomsday Machine for number 6. Mirror Mirror number 7. 8, The Trouble with Tribbles. And 9, The Menagerie. Oh, I don't remember. Was the Menagerie even on the list before? I don't think so.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah, I think
Was
it
it?
was.
No, it
I-
was. It was.
I've got 8
It was,
of the
okay.
10 there on my list.
Gotcha. And Arena got moved down a bit from us. We love Arena a little more.
Oh, the poor Gorn. He's down there in number 10.
They pushed the Gorn.
They push the Gorn around.
They pushed the Gorn around. Thank you so much to you guys. Thank you to Franco Walker, Mikey Booger, Sean Carter, Sub Commander Tall, Wes Cagle, Ivan Ivanovich, and DJ Play Nice for making our data more dynamic.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like the dot matrix look for this chart.
Oh yeah, I didn't really think of how it looks like that.
Nice throwback to 1990s technology.
And there's all of whenever I do technology, it definitely looks like a throwback to 1990s. It works. I like that.
We can see on the big chart there that the episodes that got like no votes at all.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few of them.
Yeah, poor Miri. Oh, the no love for the world is hollow, and I have touched the sky.
I was so close to having it in my top.
I kind
close.
of like that episode actually. I like the story. I mean, they didn't
Mhm.
have the budget to really do it properly, but the story for it is pretty cool. Kinda
Great
like that.
McCoy episode.
And
Yeah, what's the trouble with Turnabout Intruder? I don't understand. No.
Didn't they rip that episode with there's that episode in Star Trek The Next Generation, and if I was to do my top 10 next gen, this episode would definitely be in the top 5. And it's the one where they come across that weird object and Picard gets struck by a beam of light, and he's unconscious, but he lives an entire lifetime.
Oh, the inner light.
Yeah, in the body of this other guy, and then and that's the way of the aliens kind of transposing their life story to his consciousness, so that their race won't be erased from intergalactic history or whatever. It's such a beautiful episode. The twist at the end is really, really moving, because eventually he kind of forgets about his life on the Enterprise and accepts that he's just this guy, and his life was a dream before. It's a bit like that one super long title.
Yeah, that's probably my number 1 TNG episode. It's just
definitely in my top 5.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That's where opinions differ. I don't like the inner light at all.
Scotty,
I love it. What?
What?
Oh my goodness.
Scotty, we were so in
Inner light
sync.
is
Why did you have to ruin it?
Hey, man, like maybe we'll be in sync with other top 10 TNGs, but that one just isn't my jam. That's not my particular pair of bongos.
I think
so. So
Top 10
Scotty,
TNG is
the inner
fine.
light wouldn't be in your top 10 TNG favorites then.
Ever.
Okay.
No.
Can you rattle off a few? Just whet our appetite. Okay.
No.
That's all right.
I just think that it's been a while, and I am looking forward to getting into the next generation and sort of assessing that. But it's been a while since I've seen a bunch. Maybe some will surprise me, but also let's not overhype my academic endeavors. I do think that the Outrageous Okana is in my top 10. So I just enjoy that character episode. Anyway, I do have to get going. If I may.
Oh yes, you do. You may be. I just wanted to say, I was surprised there was, when we added some more people to the data, there's some more love for season 3 than I expected.
Yeah, that was a surprise. But
look,
they're all interesting.
All Our Yesterday's got a few votes. The one I picked.
Yeah. I think the best performing season 3 episode looks to be Day of the Dove.
Where's Enterprise Incident? Is that anywhere?
It should be, yes, it's right here. It got seven scores. Anyway, yes, let's let Scotty go. Scotty's got to go.
Scotty got to go.
Scotty's got to go. Thank you so much, Jill. This is fantastic. I'm so glad that we did it. We did it. We got our top 10s out. We did the whole series, plus or minus. Pop culture curator. Fantastic doing this alongside you. Lance and Stone Racket, it's so awesome to be able to hang out and talk with other Star Trek fans. And it's one of my favorite things. It's 90% of the reason that I got on the internet. The other 10% is to make dirty jokes. And for that, I have to thank Jill for having
Is someone
me
sitting next to a washing machine?
I am not. But
Right.
no, yeah. So anyway, thank you. As always, Phantasmagorium. I think we're going to be doing Fargo. Check me out on the X with or the Twitter or whatever you want to, whatever the kids are calling it these days, at ScottyR37. And tomorrow night, I'm going to have the distinct honor to be able to talk to Twin Flicks, and we're going to be covering the physical release. Actually, I think we're comparing two different physical releases of Shin Ultraman, which was recommended to me originally by Hungry Boy, Hungry for more Patrick Troughton stories. Hungry. And Cinema Gulp. If Thirsty Thursdays are still a thing this week, then I will be over on Cinema Gulp. But I wanted to thank you guys again. Thank you in the chat. Booger is going to make the obvious Scotty doesn't know joke because Scotty doesn't know. And it's hilarious. But I will see you guys in the future. And thank you again, Jill, for everything that you do.
Thank you.
That you let me play. So thanks again. And I will see you guys in the future.
See you
later, Scotty. Thank you
See you later,
for
Scotty.
sharing everything you did for the show.
Cheers. And by the way, pop culture curator Jill is sitting beside a washing machine if you wanted to know. Or at least that's the way it sounds. Okay, bye.
Oh, really? Does it sound bad?
Yeah, there's a lot of background noise whenever you speak. Sounds like a whirring fan or some kind of device for some reason.
I need to go as well. Thank you for having me on, Jill. I will see you all soon. It was good to see you again, Stone Racket.
Yeah, it's always good to see you, Pop, and I'm going to try to be there on.
Oh, was that happening this whole stream?
Parts of it, but I'll hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday for Gilligan's Island.
Okay, and I did watch Day of the Outlaw this morning.
Oh, what'd you think?
I thought it was okay. I think maybe it may have been a made-for-television movie.
No, it was a theatrical release.
Or was, but I liked it. It's great to see Burl Ives as a bad guy.
Yeah, he's a good bad guy.
I can't stop that sound right now, so I just want to release everybody because I do have to go now. So Lance at the Outcast Creative, thank you so much for helping with this podcast, and you're great with the timer. Great with the idea for the graphs. I love that. No. I didn't know how to do it, and you gave me the idea.
Oh, well, there you go. So I'm glad. I thank you for having me on, and I appreciate you making me part of your clan for these things, because I do love a bit of Trek, and yeah, it's always a lot of fun. So, yeah, people can catch me on my channel. Got a couple of very interesting interviews coming up, including one with actor Damon Herriman, which has now been moved to Saturday. It was on Friday originally. It's been moved to Saturday, and he played Charlie Manson in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, as well as Mindhunter, among other roles. Many roles done. So that's going to be a really cool interview. So yeah, check it out.
Awesome.
Okay, well, thank you, Joe.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. And Stone Racket, what? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Pop Culture Curator, you're doing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right?
Oh, tonight is Texas Chainsaw Massacre on my channel. Tomorrow, Gilligan's Island. Saturday, Revelation from the Lab. And then Monday, Lost in Space. Thank you. But it was great to see you all. It was a good time today.
Oh yeah, I had a great time too. But you know me, I always got to dash right when.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I couldn't say more about the episodes. But by the time it got to me, I was pretty much repeating what everybody else was saying. So I didn't want to sound repetitive.
That I didn't mind sounding repetitive. That's how much I love Devil in the Dark. But I appreciate you and everything you were able to say.
Thank you. Goodbye, everybody, and you have a good one.
Bye, Pop.
Bye, Culture. Have a great day. Good Tuesday. Stone Racket, do you have any last final words for the chat and for?
I just want to thank you, Jill, for having me on your Star Trek panels, covering the last few episodes. I wish I'm going to keep saying this. I wish I was there from the start, but yeah, I wish I had retired. A couple years ago, then I could have been here for the whole 3 seasons of Trek. It's just one of my top favorite shows of all time, and I always love talking about it. And I've loved talking about it with you and the rest of your panel, Pop and Scotty, and now with the Outcast Creative and other guests that you've had on the channel, and it's just been wonderful all around.
Thank you. That's a great sentiment. Thank you so much, Stone Racket. And I love talking about it as well. So it's not the last time I'm talking about TOS. It's just probably, one of the last times on Tuesday, although we are going to spend 5 weeks talking about Star Trek Continues, and it's not canon, but apparently it's a very loving fan film.
Oh,
and I want to check it out.
the fan made show. I've seen all of those.
Oh, great. Well, if you want to show up for 1 or 2 of them, or however many you want, just let me know what you like, if you're ever available on Tuesdays, or not do 25 different things in that day. It's all up to you.
It's that's the show done by Macaulay, isn't it? Yeah, the Taikon.
Vic Mignogna and all that. I haven't done my research yet, so don't ask me too many questions.
Oh, okay. Well, there's two different groups that make Star Trek. That made kind of like phase 2 or whatever.
But I have got to dash, guys.
Okay. Thanks again, Jill.
You. I appreciate the chat. I wish I had a chance to read all the. I'm going to read the 200 comments that I didn't get to later. I didn't get to say hi to Cash Flow Hustle. TNG has a lot of masterpieces, yeah. And thank you to absolutely everyone. Like I said, I'm going to talk about Star Trek Continues next Tuesday. We're going to talk about the first episode and the vignettes. They're like short little mini clips, I guess, to promote the thing. To promote the fan films, and we're going to talk about those, and that'll be the first show for Star Trek Continues, just for fun. And so here's the trailer for that, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye now.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks again, Jill. Bye now.
Thanks, Jill.
Apollo, all I desire is life and peace.
You expect us to...
Learn all.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
See you around the galaxy.